mine is.
All right,
per
well, you guys ready to get started?
No, you said per year.
I'm so ready, let's do it.
I didn't do it.
$5.
Welcome everybody to the budget workshop for fiscal year 2026. During this workshop, we'll go over what's been presented to us as the mayor's budget that was created by the mayor and many hours of help from city staff and administration. If you have any questions, council, please feel free to ask them along the way. You don't have to wait, because then we might get lost in the details. And just remember that the budget is really the tool with which we reach our goals. So it's a really important moment in the year of the city. Plus, it's almost Bill's birthday. All right, ready to go?
So is it me now?
I think so. That's what it says.
Okay, great.
Art.
So anyway, we presented a budget to you. It's balanced. It's the product of a lot of work on the part of city staff, especially the administrators and the finance people, with all the input from the department heads. And we tried to address the needs of Moscow, both fiscal and providing the atmosphere that helps make Moscow, Moscow. There's a lot of projects that have been addressed, and we'll get into those shortly. It's also a very conservative budget because, as we know from the state's budget, they rather optimistically overestimated the income that the state was going to be receiving, and not wanting to be a part of that, we made a very conservative budget that we think addresses any potential lags in state shared revenues that come our way. At the same time, we're trying to provide for our employees, to keep them involved, keep them interested in their jobs, and remunerate them appropriately, especially in the area of health benefits, where we're trying to bump family health benefits from 60 to 65%, which would, I think, be very helpful for the folks with dependents. Other than that, we've tried to address everything that goes on in the city relative to the major challenge areas and the direction that council has provided us. And with that, please consider the budget and know that a lot of work went into it on the part of everybody here on staff, with a lot of discussions that ensued. So with that, Madam Chair.
All right, and we'll recognize Bill Belknap now, so he can start taking us through the whole budget.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm going to apologize in advance. As you know, I was traveling a few weeks ago to visit my daughter, and I think I got a little bit of a crowd on the plane, so I'll do my best today.
We'll blame your daughter.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'm not going to fade. But happy to be here this morning. As the council knows, the budget is one of those kind of most important policy decisions of the council. It is our fiscal plan. It sets out what we anticipate for both revenues and expenditures for the municipal corporation's operations for the upcoming year. Our revenues do come from a wide variety of sources. Property taxes oftentimes is the most visible one, but it's only about 6.5% of our total revenues every year, so it does come from a wide variety of sources, including property taxes, state share revenues, fees for services, grants, and other sources. And then the expenses included in the budget really represent the actual delivery of services. We are clearly a people organization. We cannot deliver any services without the 165 dedicated employees that work every day in service to the community. So the budget really truly represents two things. It represents the people that are delivering the services every day, and it represents the reinvestment in our infrastructure that we are entrusted to be custodians to care for. Everything from streets to water utilities, sewer utilities, parks, facilities. Build this building. We are the custodians of the public's property and their trust. And so this budget represents really the delivery of services and that capital reinvestment, and those two things have to be balanced to each other. We can't sacrifice one for the benefit of the other. We really have to look at this, and we have very carefully over the years, make sure that we're maintaining that appropriate balance, that we don't put all the money to employees and then let our streets and everything deteriorate more than they already do. And so it's incumbent upon us to maintain that balance. Certainly this budget doesn't happen in a vacuum, so we have to kind of take a look at both the national, regional, and local economy and what's happening. So I thought I'd provide a little bit of context this year. Currently, the U.S. economy is relatively stable. We had kind of a small contraction of GDP last quarter, first quarter 2025. But for the most part, the economy seems to be performing well. Consumer spending is still fairly strong, even though sentiment is a little bit weakening. Inflation has continued to trend downward, but we don't know whether we've seen really the impact of the tariffs. I mean, there has been some volatility about when tariffs are going to be implemented and what level they're going to be at. So it's really hard for us to predict right now. I will say one kind of short indicator that it certainly is coming is we're constructing the new city shop facility, and the general contractor was just presented with a change order from the metal building supplier for $128,000 cost increase because of tariffs that they're anticipating. And that is, ultimately that is the general contractor's cost to bear, because they bid the delivery of the project without any escalation provisions. But we are going to, so I think it's just a precursor that, that those tariffs will have an impact. There will be inflation that just hasn't quite, I think, gone through the economic system yet. So we're still a little bit tentative to see where inflation goes. Labor market remains relatively stable. It was a little bit curious. ADT kind of had a retraction of 40,000 jobs, and then the government numbers published about 4 days later indicating June had 147,000 gain. And then the unemployment rate still at a relatively low 4.1%. But again, there is still some uncertainty, and the market's been a little bit rocky because of the trade policies and tariffs and not knowing how that's going to impact the economy. As we look on the regional side, the state of Idaho, revenues are continuing to grow and increase with the state, but at a slower pace than what they forecast. So currently they're anticipating this current fiscal year that they end in June, that they will be $121 million below their forecast, with a projected year-end balance dropping from what they initially thought was going to be $420 million to about $278 million. And the governor has asked departments to begin to look at holdbacks and potential budgetary reductions in order to be able to respond to that. So we are seeing a little bit of shortfall from projections.
Sorry, Julia.
Oh, go ahead.
Are we, the last I saw, I think he was suggesting between 4 and 5%. Does that sound right from the governor's direction to?
I think that sounds about what I heard.
Okay.
But the labor market is still strong. Unemployment rate in Idaho is substantially lower than the nation at 3.6%. Lathrop County is lower again. The most recent number was 3.2%. So overall, pretty good. That being said, everybody thinks aware WSU is facing some economic challenges. WSU, even though across the state line, is one of our community's largest employers. We have a lot of people that live in Moscow that are employed by WSU, so that potentially presents a drag on the local economy. On a population front, since 2000, we have always had a pretty steady 1% annual growth rate, and that honestly is a good, sustainable growth rate that I think many communities would appreciate having compared to those that are seeing 10% or above, where it makes it a real challenge to address, but very consistent. Now it is slightly trending downward. I'll have some data here to show here in a minute, but that's kind of been our average since that time. So since 2000, Moscow's grown by about 5,600 people, or about 26.3%. So again, good, continued, steady growth over that time period. The one thing that has been a challenge is housing construction over that same time period has trended downward. And that has contributed to what we hear a lot about the tight housing market and increased housing costs. So this is just a graph. So the blue line there shows total population of the city, according to the U.S. Census Bureau from 2000 there on the left to 2024, the last available number, showing it going from 21,291 to 26,894 over that time period. And then the green line shows that annual percent growth rate. And these are kind of noisy. I mean, they're census estimates of population based on birth and death records and migration records. But you can see overall bouncing right around that 1% level. I think we had kind of a couple strong years in 21 and 22, kind of that post-pandemic, cash out your house, retire early, relocate, remote work phenomenon. So we did have, we had that anecdotal information from people buying houses from out of the market, sight unseen, coming from Texas, California, Washington, the coast, and relocating to Moscow. So I think we had kind of that period where we had a lot of that happening. Honestly, during that time period, the county's housing starts surpassed ours for single-family homes for a long period of time, and that'd be reflective of folks coming from, higher real estate markets, cashing out equity, being able to buy property and wanting to have that rural experience. But for the most part, our population has bounced around growth on an annual basis, right around that 1%, but the trend is slightly decreasing. But I think that's, for the most part, these are annual census estimates, and even the 2020 census was a little bit tricky because of the pandemic, so I'm not sure exactly how accurate these numbers are, but it is our best available information. As we look at housing starts for single-family homes, so this represents single-family homes. In the decade, the 80s were a little bit low production because of the interest rate environment. That predates, I was here, but not really paying attention to interest rates at that time in my age. But, that was the period of, 12 to 14% mortgage rates where interest rates were super high. We saw an increase in housing production in the 90s once the easing of the interest rates. So the average is about 50 homes per year from 1990 to 1999. And then you pick up here in 2000, you had the big housing boom that happened in that 2003 to 2006 time period. So we almost, the highest recorded for single family construction was in 2006 at 79 homes permitted for construction that year. And then the Great Recession hit.
I've got a question. Would this include ADUs since we changed that in code, or would this would be?
So current numbers, but that's only going to be reflected, and it's a very small percentage.
I'm
But they would be
thinking
characterized
anything
as
that can
new.
get us closer to 40 than
Yeah.
30 in this case. Okay.
So you see, hitting that peak in 2006 and then dropping off the cliff to 2009 when it dropped to 20 homes per year. And then we've kind of steadily been working our way back to average. But since 2009, 2024 is the first year we broke 50 for single family homes, which was our annual average from 1990 to 99 at a smaller base, right? Smaller community, smaller base. So housing construction, the single family side has been weak since that time. Multifamily has always been a bit noisy because it's generally driven by large projects. But you can see between 2000 and 2010, we had a lot of larger projects, there were 160, 180, 192 units at the time. We had one large project in 2017, I believe that was Identity, was the big one. But since that time, it's been trending downward as well in multifamily construction. And the 2025 numbers are year to date, so we look at 12 units. We still have a lot of construction season left, but it essentially as of the end of June, that's what we permitted for construction.
Bill, can I ask you a quick question on that? With all of the housing units going on campus, do those count to our stats
They
at all?
don't, so these are ones we permit.
Yeah.
So, U of I generally has been in declining units on campus, but for this last year.
Right.
So this is the first really new construction since the Living Learning Center they've actually built on campus. So, but they've been kind of in a net, taking units offline, either to do renovations like they were doing in Wallace, but the units under construction today are really kind of their first new net units since, probably since the Married Student Housing was constructed, or Living Learning Center were the two most recent ones. So no, it reflects what we permit. We do not issue permits on campus. Those are technically state facilities, state buildings. So if you look at the total housing units, so this will include the single family, multifamily, two family, you kind of see a fairly significant downward trend in housing production from 2000 to 2025, while at the same time, we've had a pretty steady, maybe a slightly declining annual percent growth rate, but still pretty consistent overall growth. And that has led us to the tight housing market that exists today. As we so then next stepping into kind of the backdrop is some kind of the background for those in the audience. The council is kind of familiar with this, but this year's budget continues to be shaped by events from a few years ago. So in 2024, there was a Supreme Court case down in Lewiston. It related to utilities mitigating their impact on roadways by having some utility revenues go to the street fund. And ultimately, the court ruled that was an illegal tax, so it resulted in the city of Lewiston having to make changes, many others, and we were included in that as well. So the result of that case, we ended up with a 10% reduction in the general fund revenues and nearly 20% reduction in street fund revenues. And those were not just a one-time, that was a new normal for funding those activities. I did place new constraint on the city's ability to fund both our operating and capital needs. And as I mentioned, operating is largely personnel, some equipment, and then capital is that reinvestment. Prior to 2024, it was pretty common for the street fund to be able to allocate about $700,000 for capital needs. So the street fund would cover all annual operations, minor repairs, maintenance, patching, marking, sweeping, snow removals, the typical operations of maintaining the roads, but not reconstructions or heavy maintenance, not like our slurry seals, not like a road reconstruction. Once all the revenues that come in, which is largely on the street fund, it's funded by highway, road and bridge tax and highway user fee revenues from the state. Once we took care of all operations, the street fund could set aside about $600,000 to $700,000 towards capital, which would be those longer, larger, a single year of surface treatment slurry seal might be $350,000. So it could put about $600,000 to $700,000 a year to that capital need. And the general fund could largely put about $600,000 to $700,000 towards future capital needs. The general fund has to supplement for roadway funding because that $700,000 a year the street fund could fund back at that time is not enough. We really need to be putting at least double that every year towards just the street maintenance. So the general fund has to supplement and support the street fund. And then the general fund supports all general buildings, facilities, all parks, pool, the rec center, all those other non-utility or enterprise fund capital assets. And so we combine those two. Our goal would always been to have about 1.4, 1.2, 1.4, 1.5 million annually being set aside for those capital needs. And the capital improvement plan that you've got this year identifies just in the general fund side in the next 10 years about 37 million in needs. So that'd be roughly 3.7 million per year. So we're putting about half or less than half of what we actually need. And then we just are faced with having to prioritize every year where that money goes. At the time that we had that shortfall in 2024, we eliminated 6 positions, we froze pay increases that year, and we took some other measures to help mitigate for that loss of revenue. And at the same time, we've had this high inflation, right? It's increased, construction costs have gone up dramatically, fuel prices have gone up, all the material supplies, chemicals that were, so we've got kind of compounding influences of reduced revenues, having to take some actions to reduce personnel to help offset some of that, and then getting squeezed on construction material prices. But we, the staff have done a great job managing through that process.
Bill, just to jog my memory again, those 6 positions, those were open positions, they weren't.
They were vacant, so we were lucky we did
vacant.
not have to, did not have to eliminate any filled
And then
positions.
one or two people that took another job, we didn't backfill those
Yeah, I'll
positions.
talk about that here a little bit
Okay.
more. So just, this is the capital improvement plan that was provided to you, and it looks at the categories, and this really is our 10-year look ahead. What are those capital needs we see in each of the utilities? How much do we anticipate needing to spend every year? So, for example, looking at the water fund, about 17.7 million over the next 10 years. The sewer fund, about 60.1 million. Transportation for street projects, 22.1 million. Parks Recreation, 10.5. General facilities, 4.6. Stormwater utility, 6.6 million. So about 121 million is identified for the next 10 years that we and really need to address.
Bill, can you remind me, because these are today dollars, right? And if we're doing a 10-year.
So we do inflate the cost. So
Okay.
so we take the initial year and then we assume a 3.5% annual inflation rate, which has been too little lately. I'm
Okay.
hoping that with inflation dropping, our bid prices have gotten dramatically better in the last 18 months. They're not really declining, but we've had to adjust our estimates of cost, and we're not being surpassed very often. So at least the heavy civil construction, the utility work, road work, we've gotten back to predictable numbers, and we've gotten back to bid results that are within or below our estimate, rather than being 14 or 16% above the estimate. So I think the bidding environment, and we've had projects where we had 7 or 8 bidders, which we were down to 1 or 2 for a while. And many of those bidders are out of market. They aren't our traditional contractors. So we're seeing more interest in our project. So that's all been very positive. But we do take a look at as we develop the CIP, we have a yearly cost estimate prepared, and we have an escalation.
And this is assuming, these dollars are assuming no, as anyone wants to see, but just to clarify, like, some of these are things that would eventually be eligible to go for low interest loans or things like that through state
Sure.
mechanisms or grants or
Potentially,
funds, but
yeah.
this is just raw value of what the cost of doing the thing would be.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thanks.
So, we talked about kind of the general backdrop for the last couple of years, so, and then as we begin to develop the budget this year, we received, one of the things that has driven, drives our cost has been insurance, health benefit expenses, property liability insurance costs. So we got some early indications from Regents that we should expect almost, an over 11% increase on our health insurance premiums. Our health insurance cost is about $2 million, so I mean, it's not an inconsequential amount of money. We traditionally every year we start the budget with an assumption of a 10% increase. So this actually, and we hope that it's going to be something closer to 3 to 5%. This year we got the initial number as being 11.24%. For the current fiscal year, state shared revenues have not kept pace with what we had budgeted, and AIC has had some challenge in providing accurate future projections that we had relied upon generally to set the budget. So current fiscal year, we're a couple $100,000 short of what we had anticipated. With the economic uncertainty earlier, as kind of in the March and April time period, we really had some pretty significant concern about what could happen with state shared revenues. And so we started the budget with a pretty conservative estimate of what we would expect us to receive in state shared revenues.
And I'm adding color because we actually have an audience, and I'm glad to see that as we're all learning together. The shared revenues are things like the liquor tax and the sales
Yeah,
tax.
we'll talk a little more detail, but
Okay.
I mean, the biggest one is just sales tax sharing.
Right.
So I think the state shares 11% of sales tax with cities and counties. And so that's the largest source, about, just under 3 million in revenue there. Liquor's trending to 500,000 per year.
I can help. I'll help there.
So,
Thanks for doing your part.
Yeah.
so, but we were concerned about the trend and direction of state shared revenues with the potential of, there was some rumor, some whispers of potential recession coming up, or at least a market correction, and that definitely has an impact on consumer behavior and spending, and so we were concerned that that could have an impact on state shared revenues. So when we did the initial balance of the budget for FY26 on the general fund side, our capital transfer was $150,000. And that caused some significant concern, because not only are we not meeting our capital needs, but that capital transfer ends up being what is left over after all operating expenses are covered in the general fund. And so if there are any revenue shortfalls, that's where we can absorb that revenue shortfall, right? We could do a lesser capital transfer if we ended up halfway or 3/4 through the fiscal year and find that we're $500,000 below what we thought we were going to receive. Ultimately, we will do holdbacks to different departments, and we'll try to conserve, but that capital transfer is a little bit of a buffer for if we have that uncertainty in revenues or if there's some unusual anticipated expense. So when it gets down to on a $20 million general fund, being 0.5% of cushion, that is really pretty tough. So we worked, that caused us to do additional review, comb through all general fund departments, non-departmental expenses, look at commission budgets we'll talk about here in a little bit, looked at outside agency requests, really just at that point having to question every expense that the city is making and what can we do to try to help reduce that, to build that cushion, that capital transfer back to a more sustainable level. Ultimately, thankfully, Gallagher, who is our health insurance consultant that we are now in our second year, I think we're going into third year with them, when they got initial, the concern for us, we initially got that 11.24%. They had their actuarial team take a look at it, our consultants did, and said, they can actually be asking for 13. You should maybe be happy with 11.24. But they didn't stop there. They did take our plan and they shopped it with Blue Cross and, Sarah, what was the other insurance provider?
Was it Travelers?
No. Anyhow, they shopped our coverage to 2 other insurance providers. They came back with much smaller increases, which caused Regions to reevaluate what they were going to be requesting of us, and Regions reduced their renewal to 1.88%. Wow. Which was essentially matching what Blue Cross was offering at that point in time. Additionally, state share revenues, at the time when we are doing the budget in March and April, we haven't even received the first quarter's state share revenue payment for the fiscal year. And since that time, we've now received 2 payments, and they are slowly trending upward, showing recovery. So we were able to take a look at that, and along with AIC's forecast, and nudge our forecast up for FY26 of what we thought state share revenues would be. We also were concerned about what ICRIMP, which is our property and liability insurance provider. ICRIMP has increased, our premium to ICRIMP has increased 30% per year for the last 2 years. And it's starting to become, it's over $500,000 per year. It's starting to become a fairly sizable increase in our cost to the city compared to what it was 3 or 4 years ago. We were concerned about what that might look like. There was a little bit of delay. There were some, there were some rumblings happening with ICRIMP. We weren't sure what was going on. They ended up dropping all schools out of their program. And then when they came forward with their increase for us for the next year, it was 2.8%. So just back down to really kind of an inflationary adjustment. So we're very thankful for that. So really with all of that, we've been able to get the budget balance, cover all of our operating expenses, and now the capital transfer to the general fund is $1,067,000. The street fund capital transfer is at just over $500,000. So combined, we are now back to our goal of hitting that 1.5 million to meet our capital needs. So I'm thankful that we've been able to reach this point, but I'll talk a little bit about what's included in the budget today for us to be able to do that. So again, the personnel changes in 2020 and for FY26. So the 6 positions that we left unfilled in 2024 remain unfilled, and that included 2 police patrol positions, a communications manager position, arts assistant, accountant 1, and the parks admin assistants. Those were the 6 positions that we cut at that time. In addition, the administration executive assistant position that was shifted to be shared with the arts department last year has also been eliminated for FY26, so we eliminated a 7th position. There were a few moves upwards, so we had a recreation coordinator position at the Egan Center. There was a 30-hour upper rate position that proposed to move up to full-time in the budget, and we are reducing part-time wages in order to make up for that additional cost, but just provide more consistent support for the youth center programs. We also have a legal assistant has been reclassified to paralegal as she meets the qualifications for that reclassification. But that's pretty much the bulk of the changes, as far as personnel. So we had 6 positions that we left unfilled. We added a 7th position to that, and then we have added 10 hours to a rec coordinator position and reclassification for legal assistants. That's really what is included in the budget. There were 2 new positions requested for FY26. So in the fire department, there was a student resident program manager position that was requested by that department. It's actually been one that the mayor and I have been very supportive of. A lot of times I don't think the community fully realizes that fire protection services are largely provided by dedicated volunteers and University of Iowa students, and the student resident program participants that live and staff our stations. Up until last year, we had 7 paid positions that were largely administrative support positions to support the 80 to 90 volunteers we have and the 20 to 24 student resident members of our stations. I think if we didn't have the student resident program, we would have shifted into a paid department years ago because we would not have been able to staff the stations in the manner that we do today. If we had to have a paid fire department, that's easily another $5 to $6 million of expense to the community. And so Chief Nickerson, the mayor, myself, that student resident program is a critical component of us maintaining Class 3 fire rating and services we have with a largely volunteer run department. And growing, maintaining, and caring for that program is a priority. And so that position was a difficult one for us to eliminate this year as we were developing the budget. It's one that I think we'll have on the radar for 2027. But it's one that we ended up having to say that we just weren't in a position to fund new positions as we understood the budget as we were developing. The second position was the fleet department had requested additional equipment mechanic position. That is another, certainly definitely needed position. The city has added hundreds of pieces of equipment and vehicles to our inventory, and we have not added a mechanic in at least the last 20 years. And so that is another one of those positions I think is desperately needed. It's another one of those positions I said we really want to take a look at for 27, but for this year, with some of the uncertainty around the national economy and where things are going, I didn't feel that we wanted to take that step this year. So that was the second position that was requested this year that was not funded.
Real quick, Bill, sorry, I didn't even cut you off there. Back up there on the 6 positions left unfilled, going back to last night with Chief here, we are at a shortfall with patrol officers within the department, right?
Yeah,
So,
6 positions currently vacant.
right, okay, and so, but those are, were we to get 6 of them, let's say, we had an influx of people wanting to be patrol officers here in Moscow. We have room in the budget to accommodate those were they to pass all.
Positions are funded. 6, yeah, so we have funding for 6.
Okay,
So technically, we're short 8
okay,
officers.
okay,
Because of those 2.
right,
Yeah.
okay, great, thank you. Just wanted that clarification.
Bill,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry, this might be coming up later through talks, but I'll just preemptively ask the question. So when I've gone and looked at the fleet and looked at all our guys and gals working on equipment, how much of our equipment, I think it's like percentage-wise, how much are we working on? All that, is it 100% of our stuff? I think that we're working on, right?
We have a preventative maintenance schedule that's maintained, and so as hours and or miles get reported on the equipment, then that generates the services that are indicated by that timeline. We have this balancing act between, we build a lot of the things that we have, so like our police vehicles, for example, come to us as a bear car, and we build those from scratch. A lot of our maintenance and utility vehicles, we buy the components and put them together. We have really good staff that does a wonderful job of fabrication, but it's a balancing act between what needs to be built, maintained, and then we have some big seasonal pushes like the changeover to spreaders for snowplow season.
Do we have to go external for any of it?
What's that?
Is there anything that we have to go external for? Or
So there are some things that we'll do externally, not a ton, but there are some like, hyper-specific transmission work, for example, would be something that we might do externally. So the point of the matter is that we do maintain all of the vehicles. The issue that we have is that when we have any sort of illness, Carl was on deployment, the fleet manager, that preventative maintenance schedule gets backed up pretty bad. So we'll have just sheets and sheets of things that we need to be getting to, that they then work really hard to try and catch up on, but never quite catch up on. So everything is accounted for, all the services are accounted for, it's just a matter of our ability to get a wrench on a vehicle.
Right. No, that makes sense. We do a lot with a little, like I always say, and that's what I was looking for really just really highly specialized things. But other than that, we put it together, we maintain it, and if it's not, if we don't have the tool or whatever, if it's just, we go outside for it. That's pretty rare, it sounds like.
Our fleet folks are pretty incredible. They'll go from working on a weed whacker at 9 a.m. to a ladder truck at 11:30. It's the knowledge and ability that they have to have in order to be able to work on the breadth of things that they do is pretty incredible. It's just another influence of our geographic isolation. We just don't have close resources where we can easily farm things out, so it means that we've got to have in-house folks that can work on stuff, and it's stuff we have to keep on the road.
Great. I'm 50% on a weed whacker, I can't do anything on a fire truck.
Yeah, and one of the rationales of waiting on that mechanic position is also the construction of the shop. Right now we've got limited base space. So I also wanted to wait for us to get that facility completed and occupied, which is probably going to be early spring next year. I think that will provide us that additional space where then that additional personnel can be better utilized, and so really looking at FY '27. The other thing, we've had conversations with Smart Transit about, they have some challenges with maintenance of vehicles. And so right now we don't have the room to accommodate that or the staff, but as the new facility is completed, we could look at a contract with them for maintenance, and so maybe Smart can help fund a portion of that new fleet position. And so that's, Tyler and I talked about, I'd really like to see a proposal of assisting Smart with that maintenance service, having that fund, maybe half of that new mechanics position is going to be dedicated to that service, and if we get that additional capacity, it could utilize the additional space in the facility. As far as compensation increases this year, so the budget includes a 4% cost of living increase and 3% performance. So traditionally, we have the pay for performance system for most of the employees who are in the AMPS, which is our actively managed performance system. We don't have set steps, but for patrol and paramedics. So the vast majority of our employees are on a pay for performance system, which just means their annual increase, a portion of their annual increase is really dependent upon their performance and their evaluation score. The majority of other governmental entities, it's, you put a year in the seat and you take another step on the second grade. For us, we have a fairly involved, in-depth annual evaluation process that really dictates what your increase is going to be. And historically, we try to budget 4% of that because we have about a 30% range from minimum to maximum of our pay grades. And so that gives somebody the opportunity within about, in that 9 to 10 years, it's 35% range. Gives you that opportunity in about 9 years to move from entry to top if you're performing well. Which is after 10 years, you should be pretty proficient at your position. So generally, we try to target a 4% increase on the performance side, and then the cost of living is tied to whatever the CPI is in the preceding year. This year, so if you look at history for our increases, again, the CPI change that happens the prior calendar year becomes what we use for the COLA for the following fiscal year. In 2021, with the pandemic, even though the CPI was 1.8%, we did not offer a cost of living increase that year for employees. Then the 21 calendar CPI was 1.2%, and the city provided a 3% increase that was intending to account for both of these 2 years, so it equals 3%. Mean to go that way. So you can kind of see, that's where they're color coded, right? That year's CPI results in that year's cost of living increase. The CPI rocketed up in 2023, but in 24 we had the financial issues or challenges I discussed, so we were not able to provide a true cost of living. We did provide a 5% one-time stipend payment, but we did not provide the 8% cost of living that the CPI would indicate. So if you look over the course of these years, even including the 26 increase, so really this year CPI ended FY20 or the 24 calendar year at 2.9%. So that would have equated to roughly a 3% cost of living increase. But we've really not been able to keep up with cost of living over this time period. So from 2020 to 2026, the CPI has increased 22.8%, and our cost of living increases have equaled 15.7%. So in this year, we borrowed 1% from the performance side. We added it to the cost of living. So the cost of the performance is only going to be 3%, but we bumped up the cost of living to 4%, just to try to help make up a little bit of ground on kind of the buying power the employees have lost over that time period. So it nets out to equivalent, we would have budgeted 3% cost of living, we would have budgeted 4% performance. We just moved 1% over to try to help move that cost of living up. Because that's really what we end up when we're doing the annual salary surveys. The performance helps the individual employee move in their progression, but the cost of living adjustment helps our pay scale keep pace with the market when we're recruiting. And so it's helpful for us in the last salary survey, we were about 2% below the market on the average pay scale. So having us get a little bit 1% of the cost of living helps keep us more competitive on that side. And so when we're doing those salary surveys, we're not having to make wild adjustments, and hopefully we're keeping pace with the market more closely.
Just curious here, how is this all communicated to city staff? Like, is it just communicated from department heads down, of like how it will reflect on their pay stubs and how it reflects on?
So usually I've already communicated most of this to the employees by email, but what's what the mayor's proposing for draft budget. After this workshop, then I will go around to all the departments. So I'll go around to 11 locations, and I'll have, because I try to do that at least twice a year, just to talk about what's changing. So we'll talk about the insurance, we'll talk about what's in the budget, we'll talk about projects that are going on, and provide them an opportunity to ask me any questions they have about anything related to the city. So I'll go around after, depending on the outcome of the workshop, but the council directs out of this workshop, and then I will carry that information out to employees.
Okay, thanks.
For health insurance, as I mentioned, the increase thankfully was 1.88%. I do think we should anticipate a larger increase next year. And, you know, we get kind of monthly reports of what our loss ratios are. That is what the insurance companies paid out relative to the premiums we paid them. And, you know, ideally, they want to pay out less than what we pay them. They'd love to, I mean, I think if we're seeing a loss ratio of 90%, then the insurer is probably pretty happy. If we're 90, 95, we're probably only going to see closer to an inflationary adjustment. We're well over 100% over the last couple of months. I'm glad we inked the deal for this year with Regions before those numbers hit. But we had some excessive claims, a couple of them, and so I think we were negative 200% this last month. So that does indicate to me that we should be prepared for larger increases next year. But thankfully this year, we are at that 1.88%. We have increased Medicare coverage from 60 to 65%. So the city will fund, if approved, will fund 65% of the premium cost of employees' dependents, and the employee funds the rest. And this is really keeping with the goal to reach 80%, which is the average in our market. So if you look at Lewiston, Coeur d'Alene, Pullman, any of the public employees post falls around us, 80% really is the standard. Some cities have 100% coverage for dependent premiums. This is really becomes more of an issue in law enforcement recruitment. It really is a tough one when they're looking at total compensation benefit costs. It is something we hear from the police department consistently, is that many cities are offering 100% coverage for dependents. We've not been able to afford that. You know, our goal is to get to that 80%. And this year we'll be halfway to that goal. Where we started 50%, we're moving 5% per year because so we can easily absorb it over time. Excuse me, but we'll have about 15% to go after this year. So for our base plan, our base plan is a $1,500 deductible. This shows you what the monthly premium, depending upon if it's an employee to full family at the bottom. That premium ranges from $770 to $2,300 a month. The city's costs, providing the 100% for the employee, and then 65% for the dependents. So our costs will range from $770 to $1,773. That employee cost ranges from zero, obviously, for just the employee, to them paying $550 a month for their family coverage. And then had we not made any changes, just looking at the old 50%, we would have ranged from zero for the employee to $771 for full family for the employee to pay. So, you know, that moving 5% per year is saving employees for full family about $231 a month, or about $2,870, almost $2,800 per year.
I'm just gonna add that this is like I have a hard time with this because coming from the private sector, like hearing that 80% of dependent coverage is like the goal, and that there's cities within this industry, I guess, that are doing 100%. Like that really blows my mind because we talk a lot about making sure that people understand, like, and are making conscious healthcare decisions. Where I'll go with this is like, I think most of us would hopefully agree that the healthcare system is broken, and it sucks that this is how we have to do it, because it is the right thing to do to take care of our people, and we are also aware that by budgeting for this and the, what you say, $3 million usually annually?
About
$2 million, I can't read my own handwriting, $2 million annually, right? Like that's us as a city having to figure out how to budget and weigh street maintenance and stuff to make sure the people who are doing the street maintenance are taken care of. So I'm just on a workshop record soapbox saying it freaking sucks that this is how it works, and can't wait for someone to fix it.
You know, for many years we had our standard $300 deductible plan, and then for 5 years ago, we broke that into a 3-tier plan, where the city was going to fund the $1,500. If you wanted to stay on $300, the employee has to make up the cost difference. And then we also introduced the high deductible HSA plan. And we have seen employees migrating every year. I don't know how many at this, we just finished open enrollment. I don't know what the number is in HSA this year, but we were over 30 of our members moving to that plan. And you know, that's one of those things where, you know, up to $5,000, you're paying 100% of the cost
Right.
at the insured contracted rates. But that provides the ability for employees to shop and find the best value, and essentially the city funds whatever we would have paid, the difference in premium that we would have paid to cover that employee for that $1,500 plan. Any savings we realize, we will contribute to their HSA account. And that helps them, I think that, some of those plans are good management tools where people can invest, can make their own contributions, can make their own decisions,
And I also think like we are a fairly small entity to be seeking a group plan, and I think it is absolutely right and fair that we should be providing the best interest, it's in the best interest of our employees and their families and our community to make sure they have access to healthcare, period. It sucks, these numbers are crazy, so.
I think as the council's aware, we also have explored self-insuring. We've had one serious effort where we set up the trust and we were getting really close, and then our experience meant that the backup, the large stop loss insurance became cost prohibitive, and so we couldn't make that move. We did a very short exploration last year on that as well, and again, our experience was to the point where it was not recommended. It was ultimately going to place the city too much risk to be able to self-insure. And currently, we're seeing right now we've not indicated that we can't do it for right now. So we'll continue to monitor that as any other option, because then it gives us a little bit more control of how to structure our program. But right now, fully insured is going to be our best option.
I just want to give full credit. Kudos. It is not an easy thing to navigate, and this is my lamenting, hopefully not to imply that I don't appreciate all the staff time that has gone into trying to understand and advocate for what is best for our employees and the budget. So it sucks, and thank you.
It is a generous health
Yes.
insurance package compared to private sector.
And that's,
Minimal
that's kind of
assistance.
some of those historical
Yeah.
trade-offs are, you go private,
Right.
compensation might be higher, but the benefits maybe not as rich, and you kind of have the alternate on the public side. Compensation may not be quite as high, you got stability, you got, a pension, your benefits may be low. And for us, we're competing in a public.
Yeah, I get that, and I understand that there's different ways to compensate people to help them want to stay with the city, besides cookies.
Those work, those work.
So touching on our, the budget is that big policy, so it really needs to also address what the council and the city have identified as being kind of our major challenge areas, our strategic initiative. So, we group those based on relative priority. So, top priority right now is really developing that long-term alternative water supply. So as the council is aware, the budget this year includes up to $335,000 for funding the alternate water supply study. So that's taking that next step and looking at, the Clearwater as being a potential long-term water supply for the Palouse Basin, and beginning to move down that road of exploring feasibility of that project. So that's a huge milestone on that particular item. Fire and EMS staffing shortage, this has been a challenge for us. As I mentioned, we're a largely volunteer department. We are an ALS EMS agency. I say we, the volunteers are an ALS EMS agency, advanced life support, that requires to have a paramedic on 24/7, 365 days per year. In order to stabilize that service, we had to bring on 3 full-time paramedic firefighter positions. It's a partnership between us and the volunteer corporation, because they actually operate the EMS service and they bill for the EMS services they provide. So they receive $600,000 a year in that revenue, but they were not able to cover all the shifts with volunteer paramedics. And so our administrative staff were in covering anywhere between 40 to 55% of all shifts for the EMS service, and that was not sustainable. We created a partnership between us and the volunteers for them to fund these positions for the first 3 years, and then the city will step in funding 5%, 10%, 15%, and then up to a maximum of 20% for those positions over time. And then we will also begin to contribute to ambulance replacements to try to help keep this partnership together, this kind of three-legged stool. So the budget continues with those 3 paramedic firefighter positions. And then we also, 2 years ago, developed a stipend program, because one of our largest challenges with the student resident program is the seasonality of the school year and the holiday breaks. And so when it was Thanksgiving and all students went home, we didn't have the station staff So we developed a program to pay those student residents a stipend for them to stay during that break. Opportunity for them to make money, to stay here, to cover the station, and we ensure that we have one engine fully staffed, essentially, or minimally staffed at all times during those holiday breaks and during the summer months. And that's been a very successful program. We'll also continue that this year as well. The third tier 1 item was the substandard emergency communication system. Again, that was our fire and EMS radio system in some areas of the community. Police officers, firefighters cannot communicate with dispatch. They cannot be heard. In some locations and in some buildings. We are currently working on replacing our system tomorrow. All the equipment has been secured. It's all built in the computer racks. We'll have staff go up Spokane. It's all staged. They'll be doing testing tomorrow. Assuming all the stage testing goes well, then they'll be working on installation of the sites. So we will be done by, I'm hoping by September, that project will be complete. It included 2 components: buying all new radios, so all new both portable and mobile radios. So those are the vehicle mounted and then the handheld. And then that was about $1 million. And then replacing our repeater system, which is another $1 million roughly. So we have all the radios in hand. They've all been issued. We're just waiting for the repeaters to be installed, and that should be happening in kind of August and early September time period. And hopefully that system will be in place. We'll have encryption for law enforcement personnel. So you think about the incident happening up in Coeur d'Alene where people were listening and releasing recordings of that incident as it was happening. We'll have encrypted law enforcement and tactical channels, so that can't happen. We will have the ability, we'll be on a simulcast system, which means people aren't going to have to shift channels depending upon where they're in town, because they have to change to different repeaters. They'll all be on a single repeater system. And so it's going to be a huge improvement for us. And
what
we're
are
really
dead
looking forward to that.
spots too?
We'll take care of all the dead spots in the building. So we're really eager to get this project completed. It's been a big one. It's been in the works for a decade. So I'm really excited to see that reach completion and make sure we're providing the best safety we can for our employees.
So by getting that implemented, like, are we going from a clunker to a used car, or are we doing a new car that's gonna have like good warranty, and like, are we gonna have to be watching out for other problems, or are we just like, are we finally entering the modern era and shouldn't expect big expenses to get us?
We should be
back
good
up to
for the
snuff?
next decade.
Cool.
As you understand, we did not make the choice to go to, we're still going to be VHF, we're not going to be 900 or 800 megahertz system. That is where, the industry's going. But right now with intercompatibility and interoperability with other agencies, really nobody else is on 900 yet. So the cost of going to dual band radios is going to almost double our radio cost. So for the next 10-year cycle, we think we're fine with VHF. 10 to 15 years, we'll have to be looking at upgrading to the next system, but that's going to be essentially the life of the equipment at that point.
Fair enough, okay.
So it is something that the city will need to plan for in the future. Aging city shop causes inefficiency safety concerns was our 4th tier 1 item. Again, that is underway right now for the building of the new shop, and the budget includes $3.4 million for completion. So current construction is going to cross fiscal years, right? They're not going to be getting steel on site probably till August, September. End of September is the end of our fiscal year. So there's $3.4 million of funding that carries over in next year that covers completion of the new shop facility currently under construction, and it'll cover anticipated costs for renovations, remodels of the existing shop facility, so we can get another 20 years out of that building as well. We can't afford to live without that space, so we need to keep that going as well. So includes that in the budget. And then the 5th item, tier 1, was the inability to recruit staff, sufficient staff for essential functions. Again, we've added that 1% to COLA to try to keep us up with the market. We continue to increase that dependent premium coverage. There is funding in this year for HR to do a salary survey. We try to do that every 2 years, so we're monitoring the market and trying to do what we can to be competitive. And then we've recently launched a signing bonus program for police patrol, up to $10,000 for somebody who's certified to sign on. So we're doing what we can. That's probably, there's 2. Engineering engineers was a difficult point. We're now largely fully staffed on engineers. We do have the assistant finance director position that we're recruiting for. That's a bit of a challenge, I think, right now. And then law enforcement's been the one. Law enforcement is a tough one. On the west side, they've got $50,000 signing bonuses, and they're fighting over people right now. So it's not unique to us, but I think we have seen some interest recently in the last month after a few of these programs have been advertised, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get at least another 2-3 officers hired. Moving to tier 2, inadequate funding to properly maintain streets. And, this will be the perennial fight we'll have every year. The budget for FY26 has a little over $3 million in funding for roadway improvement projects. Some of the big ones include our surface treatment program, and then we'll have 2 phases of improvements on Mountain View, both north and south. On the south end, it'll be really from Joseph to the bridge there near the fairgrounds. That's still undeveloped without curbing or sidewalk or bike lanes, so we got a TAP grant for that to assist funding that. And then the north project's gonna be from F Street up to the first 90-degree bend to widen and add curbing, bike lanes and sidewalks on the west side of the roadway. So we will have Mountain View really from Sloniker now to White Avenue, essentially with a fully improved section. Yay! These, after 30 years of work, we always inherit these, there are county roads and they're developed and the city annexes them, and then they're still county roads for the next 30 years. And it takes us a long time, based on the funding we have available, to be able to improve them into that full urban standard we'd like them to be.
Then you have that little bit from White to the highway, like,
It is.
it's just that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a very expensive piece, probably to the tune of $2 million for that whole section. Because of the grades and retaining walls that are likely, on the cemetery there that we're gonna encounter. It's on our list, it's in the CIP. It's
Just
the priority
funny
for
that
us.
the whole thing, and then there's that.
There's that whole section, yeah.
Does that million include dipping underneath the highway?
I wish.
Okay.
I think we're gonna settle for a signal at the moment, but
Okay.
the other second tier 2, deteriorating downtown streetscape and infrastructure. So the budget does have $250,000 to begin the process of designing targeted downtown improvements, including an event safety barricade system. So, as we've watched, in the farmers market, it was a hugely successful event with up to 5,000 or more people downtown on Saturdays. And we've seen a number of incidents across, both in the U.S. and outside the U.S. of people using vehicles to injure and kill people in those crowded events. So we're going to work to try to see what can we do to help improve safety for that event and other events that happen downtown. Downtown really is that event space, and we want to make sure that we're doing what we can to address that issue. So we've got funding this year to begin taking a look at that. You recall, we went through kind of the downtown planning efforts. We have this $26 million project, and then 2024 hit with the reduction of all our funding, and it really caused us to recalibrate and take a look at smaller scale targeted improvements and focusing on what's critical, what's important. So this will kind of help start us down that road.
So build to that end, and I think just if you have anything else to further elaborate on there, because I feel like there might be some that see the deteriorating downtown streetscape and maybe have a little bit of PTSD from what they saw in Pullman last year. And I know it's completely,
yeah.
I know that it's completely different funding mechanism and the whole project, but just like the optics of it and the language here, I'm curious if there's anything else to reassure if people see this and they're like, oh my gosh, is this going to happen to Moscow? What we just saw happen in Pullman. I know that clearly the price tag is $10 million different here, but. Yeah, is there anything else that you can
smaller
reassure?
scale,
Yeah.
much smaller scale improvements over time. We might look at one intersection a year, some individual small scale projects over time, where it's not completely ripping and tearing everything. We don't have the funding.
Right.
250,000 is just to start design work on it, to look at what is it that we want to focus as a higher priority. We as staff have been going through the list of kind of what was included in that $26 million plan. What's going to add the greatest value in public space generation and activation? It's all of our infrastructure is aging. Right? Roadways going to need improvements. For your curbs missing in areas. We spend $20,000 a year in grinding, tripping hazards, but we can't do that in perpetuity. We got brick ribbons that are sinking into the ground, creating tripping hazards. There are things we're going to have to address, but we're going to have to do it on a small scale basis over time. So,
Yeah.
I was gonna clarify, the Pullman one was also kind of adopting a dig once, because they had significant below ground needs, right, on.
and they're using
being the
ARPA
same-
funds. They needed to get it done. They had to get it completed in a short time period to meet the obligation expenditure requirements. That, you're doing all the utilities in one time. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it all.
is our utility need, are we up against the same sort of, clearly if we had the money, we'd spend it and do it. We had ideally a shovel-ready plan to go with, but.
So our focus are more the surface treatments than it is the utilities. So
Because our utility
the
needs are
water
not
mains,
the same.
Really, you've got water mains in Maine, the sewer mains are in the alleys.
Which is being worked on right now.
Yeah.
Yep, and so those are not, and we've already gone through in the past, replaced all the services downtown ahead of the last grinding inlay project downtown. So, other than, we need to improve the illumination system, but that's, shallow utility work and that can be phased. There are some stormwater improvements we're going to
Sure.
make. Some of that focuses on the lines that feed out of downtown, like down the 6th Street corridor,
Oh.
that can be the bottlenecks to the system, because you got a long flat run to actually get to the creek by Beacon. And so there's going to be some, targeted improvements we'll need to take a look at, but it's not a wholesale reconstruct all utilities, kind of like Pullman is going through.
Which is also what Lewiston is potentially gonna have to face as well. So it sounds like our continued focus and generational focus on ongoing maintenance has put us in a good situation to be able to do phased improvements.
Yeah, our primary focus is really surfaces. It's the curves that are falling apart, it's the ADA bed crossings, the old exposed aggregate that's not compliant ADA crossing, it's illumination that's up in the trees and not illuminating what it needs to be illuminating. It's the planned replacement of those trees as they're reaching end of life, which we're working through. It's just, but it's gonna be in a smaller scale, over time.
Great, and I think.
And safety.
Yeah, and I think to that end, especially when it comes to the trees, I know that people have all reached out to us about the trees downtown. So communicating effectively the management of that system as opposed to it looking like we're just going down and taking out trees from downtown, so.
Anytime, you'll see the next one.
Hey, there we go.
You're looking forward.
I set you up for that one, Bill.
Is we are currently finalizing that downtown tree management plan.
There we go.
That looks at what percentage of the tree inventory do we need to replace every year so we don't end up with that catastrophic collapse of those at the end of their life. And so we can do it in a planned and methodical way, so it doesn't go from a forest to, barren wasteland. So we'll plan that transition. And we're also looking to how can we allocate more resources to urban forest management. It is a challenge given our staffing limitations right now, but we continue to be aware of that. Lack of affordable housing, we kind of talked about housing starts and population growth early on. I mean, it's a larger market dynamic, but I know the Fair and Affordable Housing Commission are exploring options and maybe making recommendations to council in the near future as well. And then multimodal transportation connectivity, we're always focused on that, on new projects, and the budget does anticipate the completion of the South Main underpass, the bicycle pedestrian underpass through the bridge opening there in FY26 as well. Last few items on tier 3, City Gateway aesthetics and beautification. So there's $22,000 in the budget for landscape design associated with the South Main underpass project. So if you're coming from the south, down South Main Hill, you've got a little bit of an island of property there. You've got the old 95 bridge. So the underpass project anticipates a removal of the old 95 bridge. It looks like we just didn't have enough money to remove it. We did the new highway project and let it sit there. So that project will take the Paradise Path and it'll go underneath the highway bridge and it'll come up on the west side of the highway there. With that bridge removed, we'll have to do some landscape treatments kind of at that main entry point into town. Following the city beautification plan that we did back 2015, I think now. So there's $22,000 for landscape design for that project. And then for playfield rehabilitation and development, council's aware we just recently completed a site study with the school district on the West Police River Drive property, kind of exploring whether that property can be jointly developed with athletic playfields, community playfields, along with the new elementary school. I know the school board's kind of working through their process this summer and probably into the fall. I would expect, late fall or into early winter this year coming up. We'll understand what the district intends to do, and if they want to move forward with that project or not. So. And then supporting local economic development. This year, you'll see that the agreement continues with the Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, and that agreement council just recently approved was revised to include having the chamber take over the Art Walk program. And so you'll see in the arts department there are reductions of expenditures related to Art Walk in the budget this year. All right, just quick through revenue trends, and we will take a little break here at 10. got about 20 minutes to go. So overall, property tax revenues, that is our most predictable source of revenue because the city essentially decides what that's going to look like, right? So the city can decide whether you're going to take what your amount you're going to levy each year. There are limitations on what you can levy. So generally, the city can only increase our property tax levy by no more than 3%. And that's essentially the state's permitted inflationary adjustment to address increase in costs that cities will experience. You can also increase your levy to reflect a percentage, 90% of the value of new construction. So if you have new buildings built in your community over the course of the year, you can increase your levy. Historically, it could be 100% of the levy, which you take last year's levy rate and you apply it to the value of the new construction so that they're paying the same, or you're receiving the same revenue you would as any other taxpayer paying for the services for their new development. Now, 3-4 years ago, House Bill 389 limited it to we can only apply that levy to 90% of the value of new construction. Unfortunately, that tends to shift some of the cost of serving that new development to existing homeowners and existing taxpayers, but that is what the state did.
To clarify, in the conversation that was surrounding all of this, 389, it was a big push for growth to pay for growth. What I'm deducing from what you just said is that growth does not pay for growth,
Well,
especially after this. Is that fair?
So the proponents of House Bill 389 was we need to get local government's budgets under control, and this is how we limit the growth of those budgets, especially if you were a high growth community. That new
We're seeing a
construction,
significant.
yeah, if you're seeing 10-15% per year, that new construction number that you could add to your levy could be substantial.
Fair.
We're a slow growing community, so to us it's been 40 to 80,000 maybe of new tax revenue based on new construction. But if you're a high growth, that was
The levy could go.
the levy could grow. Now that's not, I would argue it's not a bad thing because new development means new streets, new police, new fire services, new parks, new everything to serve those. And so you're increasing, you have the ability to increase the levy at the same rate that other existing payers are paying for those same services to keep on pace with being able to serve that new development. But I think it was viewed by some of the legislatures, it was some of these cities were high growing cities, it was a tool for them to increase their levies substantially. For us, it's never been.
Right.
It's always been less than, it's typically 0.5% to 0.75% traditionally.
Which has forced us into the situation where the foregone tax conversation is one that we have to rely on, even for our small growth, to pay for our needs, right? Is that?
Yeah, and so that, so I think, that the 90% value limit and the 80% on urban rural districts was a way of trying to curtail the growth of budgets, local government budgets. Foregone is also one of those things where there are some, in House Bill 389 also limited how you could say foregone. So in foregone is, you can take that 3% annual inflation adjustment, but maybe a city or a county chose to do no increase of levy that year, they could bank those dollars and they could go back and add them to the budget in the future. Right now, you can only add 1% of your foregone for ongoing expenses, so you can add 1% to your levy for ongoing expenses out of foregone, or up to 3% if it's a one-time capital expense, and then once that project's done, that 3% would fall off your levy. For us, when we lost, almost 1.9 million out of the general fund, our foregone was a little over 200,000. I mean, there are some county cities that the foregone is in millions. They've got substantial millions of foregone. And for us, it's always been relatively small. And I'll talk a little bit, because our property tax base has been low and our revenues have been comparatively low. And so when we went through those challenges in 2024, we had to make up some of that general fund. I mean, and the general fund provides roads, police, fire, it's those essential services. And so, we have been taking 1% added to the property tax levy for the last 3 years, proposing to take another 1% this year.
Simply to maintain what we've already been.
And try to backfill the hole of what we lost.
Yeah.
And to keep those capital transfers where we need to. And so, after this year, if the council approves taking that 1%, we'll be down to a little under 40,000 left in foregone. And then so you see that growth rate from 2021, that line trajectory kind of trim upward. That's when we started taking those foregone amounts, and then it will start to plateau beyond in 2027, it'll tip down a little bit, in 28 and beyond, that will start to flatten out, because we won't be able to have we won't have that 1% of foregone to be able to add to the budget anymore. That will have exhausted. And then we'll be with just the 3%, assuming nothing changes legislatively, we'll be with that 3% and new growth. We'll be get new rates. So because we set the levy within the limits provided by statute, that is the one dependable revenue stream that's not subject to other influences. State shared revenues, you can see there was a substantial change between FY20 and FY21. The state changed the formula used to determine the distribution of that 11% in cities and counties. So it used to be a pretty convoluted formula that included assessed valuation and population. We were one of the lowest recipients per capita of state shared revenues because the assessed valuation played a heavy role in that calculation, and half our town is exempt. And so we were one of the most adversely impacted by the old formula. So when they changed the formula in 2020 and 21, we saw a substantial increase in those revenues, but you can see that growth has kind of plateaued and is relatively flat. Now, the trend line's up because of that big formula change, but what we're seeing in the last 3 years has been fairly flat trajectories on the state shared revenues. Franchise fees have been generally relatively flat and growing a little bit over time. There's a little bit of forecast because of this has asked for a
12.
a 6. They revised their increase. Initially, they were looking at like 14% on electric, and I've got it in the slide coming up here. But they have revised it down. I think it's 6% on electric. I think gas is still. I've got it in the slide here.
That's what Avista pays back to. Avista doing that is their own decision, but that is what we then receive.
So we receive a 3% franchise fee based on the gross revenues for what utilities that sell utilize in the city's public works. And so that's the bulk of what we're receiving is the franchise fees. A little bit of cable, that's quite a bit less than what it used to be because TV is not quite the thing it was. But it's primarily gas and electric utility franchises. State liquor are trending down. 2021, the pandemic was a good year. Lots of alcohol consumed during the pandemic. But that definitely has dropped off dramatically and continues to trend downward recently. And in construction permits, permits on average are probably around 500,000 to 600,000 in revenue per year, but it fluctuates dramatically depending upon what's happening in the economy. And so we are predicting to be kind of either flat with FY25 or a very slight increase. But for all intents and purposes, generally flat from the current fiscal year, looking at FY26.
Bill, real quick.
Yeah.
On the last slide, maybe this is just semantics. Is construction permits the same as building permits?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then 2, in past conversations, just so we're all reminded of it, what is the expiration on a building or construction permit if a new development or a building downtown is trying to go up?
So 2 things. So I use the term construction because I'm combining plan review, building, gas,
Okay.
electrical, plumbing together. Just call it construction in the general category. So generally permits are good for 180 days.
Okay.
And then every time you get an inspection, it gets moved out another 180 days. So it's generally 6 months at a time.
Okay.
You get a permit for a home construction, and then you call for a footing inspection 6 months from the date of issuance. That permit duration slides another 180 days after that inspection. You then do a foundation wall inspection, goes another 180 days. You then go to a framing or a plumbing rough in, and it goes another 180 days. So essentially it's on, that's how the International Building Code works.
And is that, so that kind of answered my question, is that set by us as a city, the 180 days, or is that state statute?
No, it's in the International Residential Code or the International Building Code as adopted by the state.
Got it.
And then any jurisdiction that does their own permitting and inspection has to adopt the codes as adopted by the state.
Great, thank you.
So we'll just cover property taxes here, and then we'll be ready for a break. So I just want to kind of step back to really 2022 calendar year, 2023 fiscal year for us. But there was a pretty dramatic increase in residential property values and assessments that happened in 2022 that affected the 2023 fiscal year. At that point in time, and it's been a trend over a longer period of time, but it really was dramatic in 2022. Residential properties have been appreciating at a much faster rate than commercial properties. And I think that kind of pandemic boom and the cash buyer sight unseen kind of stuff really inflated especially the single family residential market. In that particular year, we saw residential properties go up as much as 40%, assessed valuation go up as much as 40% in 1 year. And as a result, residential properties as a class ended up representing a much larger percentage of the total assessed valuation, the total taxable valuation. If you have, and we're heavy on the residential side already because our industry is exempt, the university. And so, but when you have one property class go up 40%, they now represent a much larger piece of the pie. And whatever taxing districts, whatever they're levying for their property taxes, and we levy an amount, 7 million or it's 8 million is what we're levying. It just gets spread across whatever that assessed valuation is. And the county is charged with assessing properties at current market value, and so they're assessing every year different property classes. And so our levy just spread across it. And if residential is a bigger piece of the pie, residential is carrying a larger portion of that total tax burden. It was pretty dramatic that year because of this 40% increase. I mean, I don't think we'd ever seen anything quite like that. As a result of that.
Sorry, can I just interrupt for a second? Because commercial property did not grow that fast.
Correct. Yeah. So for FY 2023, when we were looking at our levy increase, what we were proposing is actually what we're going to increase our levy by. Would have cost that $500,000 homeowner about $63 a year, or about $5 a month was what our increase was going to be. But just their valuation growth that year would cost them $300 that year. So I think a lot of homeowners saw pretty dramatic increases, but it wasn't because we were getting more money. We were getting that $63 from them that year, but the other $300 they're paying because their value grew, somebody else was paying $300 less. So the vast majority of the increase was just somebody else, it was just a redistribution of who paid. And I got some examples because it's kind of an abstract concept sometimes. So it's good to look at some concrete examples, but the $5 per month was what we were getting as far as actual new revenues by what we increased our levy by. But the $300 per year that they were paying was just somebody else paying less. We didn't get that because it wasn't new revenue. So this at that point in time, as we were doing the budget for 23 at fast food restaurant, that was McDonald's on Pullman Highway. Their value grew by 11.5%. So you can see their 21 assessed value was 807,000. Their 2022 assessed value was 900,000. Their city levy actually went down $400 that year. There was a 120 unit apartment complex. Again, their assessed valuation 8.9 million went to 9.1 million. Grew by 2.2%.
I'm also just going to wager that cost savings did not get seen by the tenants. But.
And the city's levy, what they paid for city property taxes dropped by almost 8,000 that year. The retail building, I think this was like Furniture Center, their assessed value was 1.1 million, it went to 1.26, they went up 13.6%, but relative to the single family homes, they went up much slower, so they actually paid $440 less than they did the prior tax year. The single family home, in this one, I think told the council, this is my house, it was assessed at $333,000 in 21, I paid $1,044 in 21. All of a sudden, it increased 40.5%, became $469, and my levy was $1,393, and I paid $348 more that year. And it was just a shift because proportionally, residential properties grew at a much faster rate, 4 times, almost, so these other classes, and so they just assumed more of that responsibility. And it's a trend that's been happening for a period of time. This is out from Ada County. Back to 2021-ish, you're pretty close, commercial in blue, residential in red as far as percentage, but you can't really read the numbers very well, but residential back in 21 was 54%, paying 54% of the total tax burden, and commercial is paying that 46%, and it's just kind of been diverging. And this only carries through 2020, that big value growth we saw here happened in 2022, but as far as it was in 2020, residential properties were now carrying 71% of the tax burden, and commercial properties were paying 29%. would have to say that's probably widened a little bit more since that time. Now I do understand, I believe, I've been talking with a commercial property or a multifamily property manager in town that they expect multifamilies up for a pretty significant reassessment this year. So if that's the case, then that commercial will start to take a little bit more burden. But that's been a trend that was happening, and it happened really dramatically in '22 leading into FY23. And so people were seeing these large increases in what they're paying in taxes, thinking the city was receiving all this new revenue, but really the new revenue again was that $5 a month, and somebody else was paying, the McDonald's was paying less, or the apartment owner was paying less. And so, because we only levy $1 amount, and it just gets spread across the property, and how people's properties, appreciate or don't, really changes who pays. This year, we expect residential properties to be pretty static. Most people probably already received their assessment notice. I think we had no change for the upcoming year. So I think it's going to be fairly static on single family, so we should see that shift this year. But it's one that has been happening historically. Our levy ratio, so this is a number of cities from Eagle through Buell here, and the levy rate per thousand. And so we're kind of really right middle of the pack here. The average was right about $4 per thousand. We're going to be 366, I think, somewhere in that range. So we're less than kind of our levy rate, which is kind of remarkable because levy rate works in combination with assessed valuation. So if you've got like Eagle has a super high assessed valuation, so their levy rate can be low to generate the same amount of revenue. For us, our assessed valuation is relatively low because our industry is exempt, but our levy is still low, which means we net low revenues out of it. Sorry, it's turning to wheeze. Lewiston, kind of our closest neighbor, for an Idaho city, their levy rate's double ours per thousand. So we are, so we're below the average, even with our low valuation. And again, and our levy rates are based on where they were back in the 70s when the 1% initiatives came in. So we had a very low levy rate at that time, and we've been stuck there because we can only increase it by that inflationary adjustment, and that's modified over the years. For comparison, just looking at Moscow and Lewiston, assessed valuation, $2.2 billion for Moscow, 3.6 for Lewiston. Population for us, 26,000 and change, 34,000. So Lewiston's got about a 30% greater population, but they receive 3 times the revenue every year. Our property levy in this year, so looking at 2023, was $7.28 million. They're at $23.4 million in revenue, so they're getting over 3 times the revenue, 30% of the population, and their levy rate at that point in time, we were 315, they were 632, was double our levy rate. And there's not much we can do about that because we can only increase our levy by the 3, and again, we don't want, not that we want to have that burden upon the owner, but if we had to generate $5 million for a paid fire department, we'd have to ask the voters because we can only increase the levy by 3% per year plus new construction. That's the 3% you're going to see is like $240,000. If we had to create $5 million, we'd have to ask the voters to double our levy, almost, to create that $5 million. It'd bring us on par with Lewiston.
Well, and this is with this includes the police.
So this does not. So this does not include bond because Lewiston does not have any bond debt, general obligation bond debt. So this is just looking at this general fund.
It's just a better place to live.
Yeah. So for
You guys have
FY26.
hated on Pullman and Lewiston, so
Well,
now you guys
no.
we need to say something nice now.
So the FY26 budget was through the property taxes. So our 3% allowable inflation increase is $230,000. Right. So that's the most outside of new construction, outside of foregone. That's the most we can increase the levy. We have a $11 million payroll in the general fund. Even doing a 3% increase on the payroll will be $330,000. So the 3% increase does not even come close to covering really cost of living. We are proposing to add that 1% foregone, so that adds $79,000. We're estimating the new construction will add $77,000, and then annexations will add $2,000. So the total additional property tax revenue in the budget compared to 25 to 26 is about $390,000. So our total non-exempt, which is gonna be the not bond related levy, will be 7.9 million. And then, and I just kind of put this by comparison, I mean, we made some ground because we limited the 2 patrol positions, we've squeezed the police budget.
Is that making?
A couple of years ago, the police department budget was 200,000 more than we received in property taxes, so at least we're about 500,000 ish over the just the police department's budget for property tax revenues. And so the property levy, right now, we'll get valuation coming up later this month, I'm hoping from the county. We're estimating that our levy will be at that $3.64 per thousand of assessed valuation. And so a theoretical $400,000 home, and I can probably say this truly this year, because they're not gonna see large valuation increases, the levy would increase on that $400,000 home by about $35 for the year, or about $2.93 per month would be the large increase on that home. This is just a chart of tax rates over time. So you can see our tax rate, so the solid brown is non-exempt, that's the general fund, that funds the general city services. The blue is the debt service, so that's gonna be starting in 2020 was the facilities bond. And as the city value grows, that tax rate decreases because it's growing faster than our 3% increase is affecting it. So our tax rate is now, 2025 was slightly lower than what we're gonna see in 26, depending on what the total valuation comes out to be from the county. But we're probably, we're in the range of the lowest tax rate that we've been since 2016. In addition to the 7.9 that goes to general operations, we are continuing to levy the $1,047,000 that's paying the 1.2% bond that helped us construct the police station and renovate some other city facilities. So total property taxes is right at $9 million this year.
And remind me when the police bond rolls off.
2029. And that's just our worksheet, shows the same numbers, and just that example that shows what the levy would be for that $400,000 home. Again, we don't expect to see substantial residential value increases like we did in 2022. The state has also continued to fund some property tax relief that's coming through as school facility levy funds. That fluctuates because it's tied to surpluses that are available to do that, so I don't know what that's gonna look like, but has been some reduction legislature's provided over the last couple of years, and will continue to do so. We don't know what that is gonna look like this year, it's hard for us to predict. And again, we just covered that, 293. So with that, we've hit the 10 mark. It's a good place to take a break, and we'll reconvene at 10:15.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, let's reconvene at 10:20. The floor is yours again, Bill.
Thank you. So this is the stage where we'll kind of walk through the budget department by department. We'll kind of identify any material changes or substantial changes from the prior fiscal year. There's not going to be a lot. I'm just going to give you more. It's pretty much with all of our kind of squeezing down, it's largely a maintenance budget. But please don't, if you see something that I don't cover, or if you look at something that you're not going to talk about, please just stop me as we go. We're going to kind of walk through, and we're going to go in the same orders of budget, working from really general fund revenues all the way through LED construction. So we'll go and get started. So we do have a few charts. One of the things that, so the budget this year is, totals 139 million. But one of the things that is unique as far as how we budget compared to many other cities is that we have been budgeting now for how many years? Four. So about the last 4 or 5 years, we have been budgeting our fund balances. So technically, cities only need to budget what they plan to receive in revenues and what they plan to expend that fiscal year. If you have fund balances that you have for future capital projects, you don't have to include that in your budget because it's really just an appropriation. It's what you're going to spend. The city made the conscious decision that 5 or so years ago to budget our fund balances, really to show what it is that we have and we are saving up for those future capital projects. And those fund balances, of that almost $140 million, 47% of that are our fund balances on the revenue side, and you're gonna see they're pretty close to the same on the expenditure side. Of that, I think that constitutes about 65 million, and about 60 million of that, because you have some fund balances in funds that just are operating fund balances. But 60 of that 65-ish roughly, are funds reserved for future capital projects. A large portion of that sits in the sewer fund. You saw the sewer fund is anticipating being 60 million in capital improvements in the next 10 years, and we have about 25-ish million in fund balances in the sewer fund. So almost half of that 60 is, for those future sewer projects. But it does make our budget look larger than it is. And I've had a couple instances of people saying, hey, the city's budget, you're larger than Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene's a much larger city. Well, there are some reasons for that. Coeur d'Alene does not budget their fund balances, for number one. So you could trim 47% of their budget out if you were not going to show those fund balances. We also separate some of our functions in different funds. So for example, the largest one is a rec and culture fund. So parks, recreation, HERC, pool, Egan, arts, community events are in this rec and culture fund, which funds all parks and recreation activities. Those activities can't fund themselves, right? You cannot charge enough to run the pool. So the general fund has to make a transfer that appears in the non-departmental to the rec and culture fund. And we transfer 2.8, 2.9 million a year to the rec and culture fund to pay for those programs, activities, and facilities. In Coeur d'Alene, those are all held in the general fund, so you don't have that transfer. And so when you do a transfer, you're double accounting that revenue. And so we do that also with the street fund, we do it with our capital projects fund, we have a number of transfers. And so those numbers, receive them as initial revenues, you transfer them into a different fund, they get counted as revenue kind of a second time. So we get a little bit of stacking of revenues. But the biggest reason, and so Coeur d'Alene has, like, I think streets is in the general fund, rec, parks and recreation is in the general fund, so you don't see transfers happening there. And then they're not budgeting their fund balances. And that's really the big difference. Fund balances makes up the vast majority of the differences. When you compare our general funds, theirs is almost double our general fund. And that's really more of a comparison of what are your general fund expenses. And so that's more comparable. So a large part of our revenues every year is just our beginning funds, our fund balances that we ended from the prior year, coming in as beginning fund balances for the following year. Second largest source of revenue, charges for services at 24%. That's largely utilities for the vast majority. That's water, that's sewer, that's sanitation, that's storm. It's really those charges for services are that larger.
And Bill, we are required by statute to make sure we are only charging, like, there's all these limitations to how we calculate, and there's not gravy on this, right? That 24% is us charging for the service within what we are allowed.
Correct, and we do rate studies every 5 years where we bring in a third-party consultant, we form a rate committee that has different representatives for different property classes and utility ratepayers. They take that third party takes a look at what are our operating costs, what are our future anticipated capital costs, and they develop the rates for us. We do not self-direct those rates because it's much better to have an independent third party that has their expertise and can objectively look at that and set your rates on what is necessary, and not only just for rates in general, but even rates among different utility classes, to make sure that there's equity in what's being paid based on the cost of service delivery for those individual commercial versus residential, single family versus multifamily. They do a very detailed analysis to make sure that what we're charging is equitable and covers only what's necessary for the operation of the utility. So, and that's been a practice for many years. We're right now in the middle of our current rate study that'll be wrapping up in the next few months to set the rates for the next 5 years. So yeah, we've done a great job in managing that as well. Capital transfers, that's moving money. So again, it's another one of those where you get monies that get counted twice. The utilities receive utility ratepayer revenues, and then they transfer $2 million to a capital fund. That $2 million is getting counted twice as well. And you see, property tax ends up being, out of the whole, about 6.5% of our total revenues every year.
Real quick, Bill, can I just either ask for a little more explanation or just highlight the fact that, like, the city does not have any outstanding loans given on this graph, right? Or to the extent that we are, I don't know, I just thought that was good.
As far as revenues.
Right, coming in.
We've got debt.
We have, right, I know we have debt.
We
We're
have
not-
loans as debt.
but we're not
You'll see that
loaning
on the
anything
expense
out.
side, but yeah, we're not receiving revenues in loans.
Yeah,
Yeah, if it would have hit at the time that we were getting one of our DQ water loans, then that you'd show revenue that you're receiving the loan proceeds. But we don't have any new revenues coming from debt this year. We certainly have debt service,
Sure,
which you'll see on the expense side.
thank you.
Bill, can I, just comment, like, not to go into a lot of conversation about it, but the idea behind, as you just laid out, breaking out these different areas, and we're looking at a graph right now. Example, you use Coeur d'Alene, we'll get comments about Coeur d'Alene, right? But from my perspective, and this is just Drew Davis, not me, I'm not speaking for council, he's speaking solely alone. This is a way to be more clear and intentional about what we're doing with our, like, where money's being spent, instead of just hiding it underneath lump sum fund balances, correct?
I think from the state's perspective, we think putting our fund balances into the budget document is more transparent.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have to review the financial statements and to really understand what financial reserves the city has. We think it's helpful. We think it provides good history of how those have changed over time.
Yeah, so from a surface level, if you're just looking at city budgets, you really, you could look at Coeur d'Alene and be like, hey, but like, there's a myriad of things that like, you're not getting the whole picture, where in this case and then, I think it's important, as you've like highlighted, like when you navigate this, when money's transferred, it doubles, and so there's, yeah, so I just wanna make that, we get a lot of questions, Coeur d'Alene, and, I think there's other cities in, Idaho too, besides Coeur d'Alene. I know they're close, but we're not really, I don't think it's necessarily a fair comparison, because population, tax base, a myriad of things that count for that. That's just.
Every community is unique, 100%. But this is, I would say, well, I mean, the level of detail we put in the budget document is unique, and then budgeting fund balances is unique. And I've spent some time looking at a lot of municipal budgets in Idaho, and there's very few that get to this level of granular detail. They're usually rolled up into just the general categories. And we show much more detail and have historic for years and years. And so we do it a little bit different. We like to think it's more transparent, and we can certainly explain the big difference that our fund balances make.
Great, thank you.
Again, just shows that in tabular form. One of the things that you will, yep, I'll show on a different slide here. So again, of that 65.5 million in fund balance, that 60.8 million or so is reserved for capital projects.
It's our piggy bank.
So where does it go? So this just shows kind of overall expenditures as a whole. Again, enterprise fund, capital outlay, so that's both, so that's, your utilities, expenses towards capital, that's both what they're expending towards capital, and it's those ending fund balances. So on the enterprise funds, that's gonna be water, sewer, sanitation, storm, all the enterprise funds. General government capital outlay is going to be, streets, parks, that are gonna be there. So again, that's a combination of what we are spending in capital projects that year, and then the ending fund balances in those capital reserves. Beyond that, public safety is next largest piece of our expenditures. So that's gonna be police and fire at about 8.57% of total expenditures. General government 6.2%. The utilities themselves run generally 6 to 7%. And then we do have two internal service funds. So information systems is an internal service fund, so we've got a centralized IS department that serves all the city's operations, and since it charges every department for their share of those services, and then fleet operates the same. It charges, provides all maintenance, all fuel for all vehicles and equipment, and then that is charged out to all the departments based on the pieces of the number of equipment they have, the maintenance is required for those. So we we centralize those services and then charge departments for those services. As we look just at the general fund itself, so this is all non-enterprise or non-special revenue funds, so just general city operations. General fund this year is going to be slightly about flat with what it was last year, so about 20,619,000. Of that, a large portion of that is the police department, so 35% of the general fund goes to fund the police department. The fire department is a much smaller percentage, given the fact that it's largely volunteer student residents, so the fire department is only 9.5% of city expenditure. Due to this is utility rate increases, so we get 3% of gross revenue, so if they're going to increase electric rates by 6%, there'll be some increase to that franchise revenue to the city. So we're estimating that'll be about 36,000. We are forecasting state liquor revenues, as we saw on the chart, to decrease by about 50,000 this year, continuing with that historical trend.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, unless we all do our part. Daycare licensing, so the state passed a bill this last session where the state is assuming licensure of daycare facilities. We received historically about 14,000 in revenues every year, so that's been removed from the budget because we won't be performing that service any longer.
And Bill, that 14,000 was likely just for us to recoup our staff time, right?
Sure,
Like
so
that's-
only the cost to deliver the service. Yeah.
Okay.
We are seeing decreased revenues in fiber optic lease fees. I think this, so, the city built fiber optic network to interconnect our facilities. Actually, we did a consortium project with the school district and Griffin Hospital, county joined kind of later, where we interconnect all of our facilities, actually with ITD to connect traffic, to interconnect our facilities. But we had some excess capacity on that network that we would lease out to internet service providers if they wanted to lease them. We have seen a few of those leases expire and not be renewed. I think partly Ziply came in and made a big investment in the community, running fiber throughout the network, and I think they've, there's some customers of ISPs that went different directions, so those leases went away because there were just two of that particular customer. So we are seeing some decreasing revenue on fiber optic leases, and so we're estimating about 51,000 less that we'll see in the upcoming year. State shared revenues, we are forecasting, again, about a 244,000 increase. That is one of those areas that I'm cautiously optimistic that that's going to happen, but it is the area that I think of our projections is likely to be the weakest, and probably that and building permits are also kind of a little bit unpredictable. So we are showing a little bump there, but it's one of those that I think we'll have to see how the economy goes. Some of the consumer behavior could have been buying ahead of tariff impacts, and so we could see that to decelerate. So it's one of those that we felt comfortable enough, and this increase is still below what AIC was forecasting. We didn't feel comfortable going as high as AIC was forecasting. We wanted to be a little bit more conservative, but if there's one of the areas I say is a little bit iffy, this is going to be the one as far as revenue growth. Refunds and reimbursements increased this year to reflect that payment from the Moscow Volunteer Fire Department to cover those 3 full-time paramedic firefighter positions. So that's where their contribution to pay those positions comes in. This comes in general fund refunds and reimbursements. So that's a large bump there. You'll see that we historically, so the general fund provides services to enterprise funds, so we provide legal, human resource, finance, utility billing, let's say to the water department. And we have an allocation model for them to pay their fair share of those expenses. Those were in prior fiscal years, those were a transfer in revenue to the general fund. That has been changed. It was something that came through the audit last year of where that should be characterized as a fee for service, not a transfer. So we created a new fee for service line item, and you're going to see those payments in that line item rather than in the transfer in. The numbers haven't changed, the allocation model hasn't changed, it's just how we characterize those revenues.
Has that made anything easier for you bookkeeping wise, or has it just been something they wanted?
It's just something Jeff Way wanted.
Okay.
Yeah, it really didn't make a
I
difference.
just called it something else.
Sure.
Didn't change anything else. So this one, so you'll see that change this year. And you're actually seeing it. I know Sarah, when she's providing the quarterly financial reports, she's made the council aware of this change. It's been implemented this fiscal year, so it's nothing new, but if you compare it to the adopted budget last year, that'll be a change. You'll see in the revenues, there's also a fund balance assigned. So essentially, it's kind of a beginning fund balance that's coming into the general fund, but it's only there because these are restricted revenues, so about $228,000. It's a combination of national opioid settlement funds that have to be used for a specific purpose, so that's restricted out, and also the drug tip funds that the city's been carrying. Excuse me. I'm getting there. So just on general fund revenues, those are kind of the major material changes from the prior fiscal year. Any questions on those? And again, please feel free to.
Do any of those get to go to drug dog training? Any of those funds?
So you'll see in expenses, so drug tip funds, you'll see there's a proposal to bring on a second narcotics detection dog. And there's about 16,000 of drug funds that are proposed to be expended this year out of that drug tip. Right. So, okay, legislative, early this year, so by city code, the compensation is provided to council and to the mayor is adjusted every 2 years based on the consumer price index, and it has to be adjusted 6 months prior to in the election. We passed that ordinance earlier this year. That was a 7% adjustment that was made, so the budget includes funding to provide that 7% increase for the council stipend, as well as the cell phone stipends for council members. As we were going through the process of reviewing all expenses, when we had that 150,000 capital transfer, I talked with council leadership about the legislative budget, council travel, there's not a lot of expenses in the legislative budget, but what could we look at to reduce? So we did reduce travel and meetings from 20,000 to 15,000, so carve 5,000 out there. The other expense in the legislative fund is the non-prioritized projects. This has been a budget amount that has been in the budget for many, many years. Historically it was 20,000, it got reduced to 10,000 a few years ago. It's funding there for something happens during the course of the fiscal year that wasn't anticipated. The council had a small amount of money to be able to address, and I think we've used it. Like Sojourners, had a water leak and needed some sort of repair. Council contributed to that because of the services they provide. But it hasn't been utilized very heavily.
Does it carry over?
It does not. It does not. So we reduced that from 10,000 to 5,000 for FY26. Again, in talking with council leadership.
Bryce's question.
No, it wasn't a question. You keep going. I'll finish.
And then the other expenses I mentioned is the audit has historically been carried in the legislative budget, so the fee for performing the city's annual audit, which is about $35,000 per year, that goes up based on, we've got like a 5-year contract, and it's got an annual 3% escalation, so that went up by about 1,000. So that's the only other real material change in the legislative budget.
Yeah, and just to that end, and I feel like it's important just to, I'll offer my own personal thoughts here on especially the second bullet, especially since we have an audience today, where with the travel and meetings allocation there, having now been on council for 18 months, some of the most valuable experience, especially learning-wise, has been some of our trips to Boise for the AIC annual meetings, and in January, the
Day of the Capitol.
Yeah, elected officials day at the Capitol. And I just want to, have it stated out in the open that these are really important and educational opportunities that I feel like I've really benefited from, that have helped me hone in to hopefully be a more effective counselor, just like you would find in any sort of professional development setting within a corporation or a business or an organization. And so I'm really grateful for the city to build that in to help us be more effective counselors. So, and I just want to make sure that it doesn't look at this and be like, oh, they're just going out and having a great time and on the dime. It's like it's been very impactful the last 18 months for me, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have that access. So I just wanted to state that.
Thank you. It's a great opportunity to say this isn't Final Four tickets, for the council.
Right.
I mean, you've seen some of the discussions of expenses of cities. This pretty much there are 2 events per year that the council attend. Well, there's quarterly workshops that the AIC puts on. They're usually here,
Right.
you know, and it's $50 or whatever per council member to attend. But it's, you know, city officials at the Capitol that happens in January every year, which is essentially a one-day event that we get to go down. We get to hear from the governor, from legislative leadership about what are the priorities coming up in the next legislative session, have that opportunity to network with our representatives, have breakfast, have lunch with them, talk about what are important, you know, for the community, and make that connection every year as they head into legislative session. And that is really a really valuable exercise, and it's a relatively low-cost activity that we traditionally have somewhere between 4 or 6 council members that make that trip and have that opportunity. And the other is a summer AIC conference, which is a 3-day conference in Boise that AIC puts on that has a whole host of educational topics about municipal operations and everything related to city operations every year, and that's also a good event. So that's the bulk of what that funding is used for. Yeah, the other one is NLC, and that's going to be the one that will suffer because of this reduction, right? So the NLC, if you're having to travel back to DC, ends up being
Which is the National League of Cities.
Yeah, that's a more costly venture. You're probably about $5,000 per individual that goes to that. So that is something I guess I want to recognize is this: the $15,000 will comfortably accommodate participating in our state activities, but it's probably going to limit the opportunity to attend like the National League of Cities, because that is by the time you're going to DC, paying DC hotel rates, and you know it's a little bit longer event, you're in that $4,000 to $5,000 for somebody to go and attend, and even just conference fees.
Well, and I know we've listed as a membership cost, like, I mean, that's my question. I think Sandra and Julia, you guys went 2 years ago?
2 or 3 years ago.
I mean, like, I was even gonna be like, well, let's trim the travel budget even more, because it is one of the few things that we do have easy control over, and we can be strategic about how many people we send and when. I think fair point that the things that it funds right now are the important events, but like, what do we get out of National League of Cities, and like, are we sharing that knowledge? Because I will say the one benefit to more of us going to things like AIC is it means we're all hearing the same information, but like, if we're sending people to go to NLC and either you guys feel like there is or isn't value from it, then like, I'm okay not budgeting to go for it.
I think that there's, when we talked about this in leadership, there is some give and take in this budget that where, maybe if you do want to go to NLC, then you don't go to AIC
Right.
that year. Or, or maybe we send 3 people to the January day, what is
At
it
the
called?
Capitol.
Sorry,
City
the
Officials Day at the
Capitol.
Capitol.
Thank you. City Officials Day at the Capitol, and we can
Cool.
accommodate that if somebody really wants to go to NLC. I know when Sandra and I went, it was a moment of crisis for the city,
Yeah.
and we spent a lot of time talking about
Mhm.
crisis management
Yeah.
and getting resources on communication and
2022.
and what cities do in that moment of
Also,
high visibility and crisis.
relative to NOC, it also provides an opportunity to interact with our federal congressional delegation.
Is that what you use when you go talk about the airport and stuff? Okay.
That's different. Talk about
Okay.
airport and stuff is funded by the airport, and we do that, but it's an opportunity for counselors to bring up to our congressional representation. Yeah, don't forget us cities. We're out here and having issues too, and it's a good chance to actually have face-to-face time with our senators and representatives.
And we did talk significantly about the airports.
Yeah, well, always
That's
hit
true.
them hard, hit them often.
Yeah.
And
So, yeah, I think
So,
I think we
there's
can
some
be
value.
flexible about it, and we just need to talk about it as a council, like who's gonna do what.
that sounds great. And then,
And
But the other
we're
member-
gonna-
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, and we had it, like, towards the end of this year, talking about planning for 26, right? That's what we were gonna, to your point of,
Yeah.
it's getting some conversations going of the January meeting, of talking to our legislatures, and then going back to DC, and then also going to Boise, that conversation.
Yeah, at that January meeting at the
Oh,
beginning
cool.
of the year, to try to be fair and
That makes sense.
strategic.
And then I have a question about membership. are we just the entity that hosts the music licensing? I know it's a very cheap annual membership, and we do it so that we can play music at farmers market. and
Because it's
stuff.
global
Is that-
for all city events, it's just
Great.
existed.
Okay, cool. I was like, what, is it because we quote music so often behind city council desk that we, okay, this makes sense.
Thanks, Bill.
You bet. Executive budget, again, same 7% increase by ordinance, and really no other material changes underneath the executive. For administration, so full-time wages decrease, we talked about the executive assistant that was previously in administration, and then 2025 became 50% arts, 50% administration, so that full-time wages have decreased with the elimination of that position. Beyond that, for admin, we're relatively flat or slight decreases in all expense items.
That hasn't been an extra burden on anyone in, that you're working
Well,
with?
I
I mean, a
hate to
little
say it's
bit.
never an extra
Yeah.
burden, because it is. We've got things like the activities that position did was processing mail for the entire city. That burden has fallen to finance staff and the legal staff to perform that. It doesn't take a lot, but it's another duty.
Yeah.
Lori has picked up a fair amount of the administrative, the support duties for, I don't take a lot, but she helps with the commissions, right? We get a lot of commission applications, processing those with the mayor. It's been, I won't say it hasn't been a burden, but it's been one that I think we've been able to absorb, and certainly not one that justifies a full-time position.
Sure.
And because the last thing we want is somebody in a position with not enough to do. That's the worst place to be. I think we're in good shape. We have discussed in the past and early in the budget, I was considering adding some part-time wages and hiring a part-time position. But again, I just don't think, as the staff that had assumed, like every time we go through transition, there's a concern, there's a fear of what this is gonna look like. We get, 6 months into it, and it's like, well, hey, this is not so bad, and we're all chipping in, we're out, we can all lock the building, we can all do this, and everybody has just been very supportive to pick it up. And so, when you get to that point, I just don't see right now that we need that additional position, so we just, and Megan has shifted, some of her programming for arts, and Brittany in community development is stepping in to staff the MAC meetings, and so everybody has just chipped in, but I will never say it's not a burden. It's just been one that we just felt could be absorbed reasonably with some minor modifications, and it did not warrant having to fill that position. And, that provided 70-some,000 of savings to the city to not fill that position. So I don't need a lot of administrative assistance. I work a little bit different. I'm not dictating letters, and so we've been able to make that shift, and I think it's working.
Okay, thank you.
Finance, again, just minor increases to wages with the COLA and performance increase. There was a shift this year, so what we call the ERP, the Enterprise Resource Program. So our financial accounting software, which is BSNA, it does more than financial accounting. It does HR, it does business licensing. But that had been in the IS fund, they were paying the annual fees, and that reminded me about $40,000 a year for that software. But then they were just directly, it wasn't being allocated out to all the departments that essentially benefit from that system. So we moved it from, you'll see there's a change in the IS service fees, that dropped 40, and then you'll see this professional service fee increased 40 in the same budget. But that allows that expense to be allocated to all departments, because finance is one of those central service departments, provides services to all utilities, water, sewer, storm, sanitation. And so by moving the location of that expense, because the IS fund is an internal allocation, it's already been allocated, moving it out of that into just professional service in the finance department allows us to allocate that ERP expense across all departments that wasn't happening previously. I know it's crystal clear.
It sounds like it's just giving us a
But-
more clear picture of the actual cost sharing of these tools that everyone benefits from.
Yeah, just
like
because
by
we take a look at
department, total
cost of
department.
finance and we say, okay, what's everybody's share of finance? We don't include some of those IS charges that are already been allocated. And so this just gives us move it to a different line item to make sure that all the different departments are paying their share of that software expense. That provides utility billing to all customers, does all of those things. So just a slight move, just to make sure that's allocated out, everybody's paying their fair share.
I had one question on finance. We had part-time wage, page 85 of this big book. Part-time wages listed in 23, 24, and then that's the only year of any part-time wages. Was that just like a shuffle for like where positions were housed?
That was a short time fill, which we actually started with a temp agency when we had utility billing individual leave with relatively short notice. And so we went to a temp agency to try to find somebody to fill in while we recruited. We actually ended up hiring that individual directly as a part-time employee for a short period of time.
Cool.
So it was a momentary blip during the time. Legal, again, full-time wages increased slightly for COLA performance and a small amount for the reclassification of legal assistants to paralegal. Professional services remain flat. That helps. In professional services, we maintain a paid internship program for a third-year law student. They actually do a lot of prosecution for infractions and lower-level crimes. Continuing that program, that saves us from having to have another prosecutor. So no real change there. Sorry, I was going to pause at the end. So for legal, no, I mean, there's going to be a lot of no big change. Human resources, again, just COLA and performance increases. Professional services, so the big change you're going to see in HR is professional services increased by $60,000 this year. $40,000 of that is our contract with Gallagher. So previously, when we were with Murray Group, thank you, Your Honor. And one of the reasons we made this shift, we've been with Murray Group for almost 20 years. They were holding benefits prior to the contract was poor. Their compensation was built into the premium, so they were being paid by regions, not by the city. I didn't, and their compensation was based as a percentage of the contract of regions. So I did not feel that they had the city's fiduciary interest in heart. And so when we shifted out of Murray, my head's a little foggy.
Takes a seat.
You're doing
Not
great.
quite as sharp as it-
Doing great.
that expense has to show up. Now we're directly paying Murray. Sorry, Gallagher, thank you. For their services, it's not based on a percentage of contract, they're not being paid by the insurance carrier, because I just felt that created a relationship that was not to our benefit. So that's why you're seeing that expense showing up in professional services. In addition, we had that salary survey, so there's kind of 20,000 earmarked for that in HR, so those are kind of the two major expenses there. I will say, Gallagher this year, they get some kind of annual bonuses from regions based on their book of business. They asked, do you want your book of business to be included in that bonus calculation? I said no.
Cool.
You are paid what we pay you. I'm sorry, but that is our relationship, and I don't want to see there be ulterior motives introduced into that relationship. And they were very respectful. Thank you. That's why we asked, and they've been great to work with. It's been a.
So does that mean like this 40,000 line item, like for the benefits consultant and this payment to Gallagher, this is not do you expect this to be a long-term increase to the budget of around 60K every year to accommodate both of these things, or is the idea that we'll split?
The 40,000 will be fixed every year.
Okay.
For our contract with them. The salary survey will be an every 2-year thing.
Okay.
And we don't know exactly, last year, our last salary survey, it was a unique circumstance. The company that we've been used for many, many years was in the process of closing down. It didn't go well. At the end of the day, we had to recreate a bunch of it. We probably thought we could have done this internally. Maybe we'll have the capacity to do that in the future, but we want to have the ability to, if we don't have that. As you know, Bonnie recently left, sadly so. We've got a great replacement that's starting here in a few weeks. We're excited about it. We'll make an evaluation whether we have the capability, the resources to do it in-house. If we can, we certainly will. If not, this gives us the ability to bring in a third party to do it. You see slight reductions, again, it's just part of the kind of squeezing down on employee recognition, reduced by 2,000, and on recruitment expenses, we reduced by 5,000 as well. And that's about it for HR.
What gets cut out of employee recognition?
We'll just have slightly smaller budgets to work with.
Yeah.
So those fund, like the big one, that the city, so the holiday potluck, it funds a portion of that. It funds the summer barbecue at the pool, and then our AMPS recognition in the spring, in the March timeframe. So they're kind of 3 large employee recognition events every year. The holiday one tends to be the more expensive event. The spring is the barbecue, you know, so it's burgers and brats that we all cook ourselves, so that's a relatively low expense event. The holiday potluck, we typically have purchased like the meats, and then we have done potluck for like the side dishes. And then there's a summer barbecue that typically we bring in a caterer that will do that one event. So that one tends to be the more expensive event at the pool that we do in August, that we do August 21st this year. So that tends to be the more expensive event. So all told, that's about 18,000, if I recall correctly, for those kind of 3 events. And then any other kind of small recognition activities happen over the course of the year. Well worth the investment in my eyes. I think that's one of the things that makes us unique, hopefully makes employees feel valued and recognized, is the attention that we put to them every year. But great events that employees enjoy it. So it's really one of those things I think it's a small, across the $11 million payroll just in the general fund, for the enterprise, you know, small investment, I think, to recognize our employees.
And I think to that end, just to kind of further that, and this was in your opening letter, Mr. Mayor, in the packet, right? But just drawing attention to the fact that we have such a small city staff relative to the work that they perform, where Home Depot employs more people than the city of Moscow, right? And so to have the retention and the recruitment and just the excitement for city employees to work here to do the work effectively and hopefully happily, right? Having these employee recognition events, I think, are really important, right? And I think that we probably all see the benefit in that. Right?
I was worried about what was being cut from that.
Yeah, and I think that was a good question.
Yeah, just reducing the budget slightly,
Cool.
and then, you know, EAC and HR, as they work to plan these events, we'll just have a slightly reduced budget. It'll be
Great.
across all the events, we'll be able to absorb that. Yeah, honestly, we like to pride ourselves on having a slightly overworked, but hopefully fairly compensated and well-recognized staff. And because I think being tasked and is a good thing, that people feel that they're contributing to the mission of the city. Police administration, again, full-time wages slightly. Most all our expenses either flat or slightly decreased. The police department did a great job. There were a few projects they were hoping, that I'll talk about here in a minute, that they were hoping to be able to fund, and they really worked hard to find reductions in other areas to where their budget is less than it was last year. They really did work hard, and that's even with, you know, payroll increases. Underneath services, so they are broken up in different operations, so police administration really had no changes. Underneath services, we do have wages increased slightly, part-time wages increased slightly as well. As I mentioned, we have those drug tip revenues, so they are proposing to spend 17,000 of the drug tip revenues to bring in an additional drug dog. So surprisingly, Ragnar is about halfway through his service life already. And so they're wanting to have a succession plan of getting another dog in place. And then, you know, Sergeant Snyder has been promoted, and so now he's operating as a sergeant, not necessarily just as patrol or a corporal, and then has to work only one shift, and then we don't have coverage, you know, on the opposite shift. So if he's on days or graves, we don't have that dog available during those other times. So they would like to have better 24-hour availability, as well as kind of that succession plan of when a dog is going to get being close to retired in 3 years, to have another one that's kind of in full training and available at that time. This is a relatively small expense. There is a larger expense I'm going to talk about in the fleet fund that will be driven by this. So there will be a canine vehicle that's about an $80,000 expense that this will require. And then when we started the first canine, we took an existing vehicle and converted it to a canine vehicle. That effectively took a vehicle out of rotation for patrol. So at that time, we should have added another vehicle at that point to replace the vehicle that took out of rotation. Right now, if we have 1 or 2 patrol vehicles out of circulation for service or repair, we're getting pretty tight. And so the budget this year, because we have some accumulation in the fleet fund, does include a new patrol vehicle that will be an additional vehicle, and then an additional K-9 vehicle. So there's 2 vehicles there when we get the fleet, you'll see. So I just want to make it clear that the dog is not just a $17,000 expense, it's going to be 17 plus 80 for the vehicle.
This is one of those things where, following up on our conversation last night about county coordination, like, I'm having a hard time. I love Ragnar, I know Ryan well, I like him a lot. But we've got everyone and their dogs asking for a K-9 dog, and I'm not really sure. I thought that Ragnar and what we do with MPD is also in part used for our mutual aid agreement, like with the Quad Cities Drug Task Force. Am I making that up? Like, is
So,
Ragnar one
I
of
mean,
those?
Ragnar's been held primarily in the city.
Okay,
If the county has made a request, I think occasionally we have helped the county, but we are not traveling
okay.
down to the valley. They have their own down there. So the dogs have not been shared as much on like the Quad Cities Task Force
Okay.
basis. They've been held primarily in their jurisdictions.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I have a hard time, because like we know, and we get the presentation about the numbers and what he's been able to accomplish. And we know that it also goes a long way to help with community engagement.
And the one thing I also want to make clear, just putting in the budget is not authorizing this. So I want to have the capacity, but I'm going to have Anthony come in and make a request for the council to approve.
Okay.
So I just want to make that clear that we're going to have the budgetary capacity, but I would like to have the council also receive the
I
request
appreciate that.
and make that approval as well.
Okay.
Because I think you need more information than just what's in the budget, so, for that decision, but.
Let him know that right now I'm going, oh, so.
Right. So I just want to make it clear, don't, just because it's in the budget,
Okay.
does not mean that this is necessarily approved. Just like any other large expenditure that we're planning for, but may have council authorization on the contract to actually approve. We'll have the police department come in and make the request specifically, but.
Okay.
Bill, I don't remember what the drug tip expense, I don't know
I
what
don't
it is.
either.
So it's, revenue that came through donations, contributions, or seizures that's restricted only for drug-related activities. So there's 72,000, I believe, we have, that's been sitting there, and so they're proposing to use 17 of that. So it's not,
So the
It's
drug
not-
tip is income we get,
it's
a
revenue,
restricted
it's restricted
expense.
revenue we've been holding.
we've been holding.
We don't get it very often.
It's the total we've received over the years is almost 70,942. That's what we have in there right now.
So this expense is coming from the drug tip.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the 17,
Got
I thought that was income,
Yep.
and then, but the way it reads, drug tip expense line, I was like, wait, this is.
Yeah, 'cause
so
those-
historically,
those-
if you, budgetarily what's happened in the past is it's come in as restricted revenue, they've fully expended it, and I think if I recall in past years, it showed as like fully expending that 70,000, but it would be held back out of fund balance, it wouldn't go away, and be brought back in every year.
Yeah, it was to ensure the appropriation to not lose the revenue.
Okay.
We've now set that aside as restricted and are only showing the expense in FY '26 with what they're planning to expend.
Okay.
But we're preserving that as a restricted fund balance. So we're not showing it being spent every year when they're not spending it.
Yes.
Okay.
We're only showing what they're spending. So it's kind of like the fund balance conversation. Rather than showing the full, whatever's there, we're only going to show the expense this time, but the rest will show up in the restricted in fund balance and beginning fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
But I want to make clear that, so this is coming out of that restricted revenue. It's not going to impact, the city as a whole. It's not taking property tax revenues for that. The dog purchase, the vehicles are different. It's coming out of our fleet fund balance. So that one is a larger financial impact. It's miscellaneous service and charges. That expense decreased 7,000 because we're not going to be doing the background checks. That's part of what that revenue was covering, that 14,000 revenue is covering our expense for background checks as well as staff time process. So that comes out of their expenses as well. And really all other expenses are flat, or they decrease slightly from the prior year. Police operations, which is the largest division that covers patrol. So full-time wages did increase slightly with the cost of living and step advancements here, not performance, because everybody in operations is going to be on the step and grade. one of the larger expenses that they were including in the budget this year was to increase their firearms programs by 16,000. Their long rifles are reaching end of life, and so they're wanting to replace those, and they're wanting to be able to issue them directly to an officer rather than having them be assigned to a vehicle, so that officers are more familiar, care for that rifle individually, and it's not, it's just a community property that's passed around, that they get assigned to a different card, it's a new rifle they're not familiar with using. They want to shift to issuing them to officers. So the 16,000, I think for 3 years, will fund the replacements and allow them to begin to issue those to individuals.
What is the life cycle of a rifle for the police?
I think that it was 8 years was kind of their goal.
And so each officer will have a rifle assigned to.
That will stay in the armory when they report to duty, they'll retrieve it from the armory, they'll take it with them to the vehicle, but they won't be just static rifles in the vehicle. And we went through this process because they were requesting second rifle mounts in patrol vehicles because they wanted to bring their own personal rifle to work that they were familiar with. They had accessorized to their needs. We denied that because we didn't want to, we wanted them to use the rifles that we were providing, not their personally owned rifles. So this will strike the middle ground of us being able to purchase, provide, and issue, but that's what they will use. It's just issue buttons.
And I'm starting to get to the minutia of this. This is more of a curiosity question. But if they are given their own rifle, are they allowed to make their own personal adjustments to that and buy specific things for it?
So they'll have
what they
policy
like?
that will give some range of ability for them to customize it to their individual needs.
Okay. Thank you.
And is that standard practice? Is it something that?
It's standard practice across agencies to
Right.
actually issue, just like they're issued their sidearm. It's a pretty standard practice, it's just something we had not done in the past.
I'm trying to find it in the budget because I don't see that. Okay.
So if you go
Side,
to
sorry.
police operations.
It's like page.
Oh, ops. I'm still on tab. That's on me.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yep,
Also do the overtime special events for the reimbursement. That's some of that stuff that we talked about is tied to the reimbursement conversation with the UI, right?
Well, some of it was just how it was being reported.
Okay.
So I think we had, and Sarah can explain that better than I can.
Yeah, so within the reimbursements themselves, some of them come through U of I, and then some of them are part of our fee resolution. So previously, they were a little confused on their expense on how they should be budgeting that. There's a portion of it that is called out specifically within our revenue, and then the rest of it is U of I. So now they are only budgeting in the expense line specifically what they anticipate that comes from the event itself and comes into that revenue line. So it's a complete expense revenue offset.
Let's see, yeah, all other expenses operations that either decreased or were flat from the prior fiscal year.
So, Bill, real quick. This might be a in the weeds question, so apologies, but so under police operations, what we just went through, page 109, at the very bottom you have drug dog supplies, and then it flips over to the next side and it has a little bit more expenses related to purchase and care for drug dog, but then back on police services, on the previous slide, all that conversation about the drug tip expense, drug dog, can you differentiate the
So
two?
that's a startup expense of acquiring the dog, constructing a kennel in the.
Under the
assigned
operations.
Officers, correct. So all of those initial expenses show up in services, and then the ongoing maintenance shows up in operations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I needed that clarification. To know if we were saying the same thing two different places, so.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
the 17,000 is just the startup cost. That's constructing a kennel in the assigned officer's personal home, acquiring the dog, and doing the training.
Okay,
It's kind of the upfront expenses.
thank you.
And I think it's just where that drug tip has existed in the past, that line item. That's why it's in operations, is because that's where detectives are. And that's where the narcotics detective expenses had shown in the past. That's why it's there. It's really gonna be more in operations, but it's just where the drug take line
Starts at.
exists. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
For code enforcement and full-time wages slightly, right now, we're currently reviewing, so our contract, so the Humane Society operates the animal shelter underneath an agreement between the city and the Humane Society. That agreement will expire September 30th this year, so we're currently working through an update to that agreement. The agreement has had a fixed amount with a 3% annual escalator, so based on the escalator, that contract amount would be $59,899 per year. And then the Humane Society does exchange services. Our primary contract with the Humane Society is for dogs. We regulate dogs, we don't regulate cats. So it's what our contract with them is very specifically about dogs. And dogs we bring to them, they have to house.
Cats are not really regulatable.
I can try.
We have residents who would
Yeah,
like
they
us to
provide
try.
expanded services and cats have outnumbered dogs at the shelter. They do that because they do their own fundraising, they pay for that side of the operation. Ours is largely focused on the dogs. So they have requested an increase in the contract to go to $69,000, so about a $10,000 increase. So right now the budget is just showing what would be the current amount based on the annual escalator. I'm reviewing the request. It is possible, and I think it's likely reasonable that we provide some increase above and beyond just a 3% escalator in this new agreement. But we just got the draft 2 weeks ago. I'm working through it right now. So the reason I'm saying that is I likely could see us accommodating their request or some portion of their request. If we do that, the capital transfer will just decrease by an equal amount. So if we increase this by $10,000 to the Humane Society, they expect that capital transfer to decrease by $10,000. There's two things that haven't been set yet. It's this and the contract with Smart Tree. And there could be changes that come to both of those. They're not going to be large, but just understand there's two things we haven't quite settled out with some two agreements, and that will have a slight impact on that capital transfer. So just wanted to give heads up there. So Humane Society, yeah, really, other than that, and then code enforcement, there really were no other large changes. Emergency communications, so WITCOM, so as the council is aware, this largely includes our contract with WITCOM for dispatch services. It covers lease agreements for tower sites and other telecommunications charges related to 911 dispatch services. The WITCOM contract has decreased in the last 2 years, largely because they had some capital expenditures they were anticipating in their budget that either have been completed or they're decided not to pursue. So the annual budget and our fee to WITCOM is just a percentage, 24% roughly of their annual budget. So when they have those capital expenses decrease, our contract rate decreases as well. So overall, emergency communications is either flat or a slight decrease. Parking services, again, no big changes there, just our COLA and performance increases, and otherwise everything's been flat or slightly decreased in the prior year.
I do have a question on WITCOM, sorry.
Yeah.
Am I making up, in addition to it going down, I mean, this number always blows my mind, and WITCOM is, I think, on its way to being a healthier, multi-governmental agency than it has been in the past few years. Two questions. One, who's our city rep? Is it Chief Dollinger?
Chief
or
Dollinger.
Okay. And two, am I making up, wasn't there something about us getting double billed for something that?
So underneath the contract, WITCOM was, and this is contract reaching back to like 2004, WITCOM was responsible for paying 911 database fees. So this is a fee that Verizon at the time would charge the city to maintain a database of phone numbers and addresses in order to provide
for
dispatch
dispatch,
services.
okay.
Yep, for that service. They were supposed to cover those database charges. It was about $1,000 a month, so about $12,000 a year to do that. Apparently that never occurred. And so we discovered earlier this year that the city was continuing to pay those database fees and
Without
WITCOM
return
did not.
of- Okay.
So we were able to go back and document back to 2010. We had copies of invoices and what we paid, at least from current to there, so we have 14 years, or 14.5 years of history. We asked WITCOM to repay us for that, which they did. They wrote us a check for $201,000 or so that we received last month from
Okay.
WITCOM. We are currently reviewing a need in the police department of video equipment that is aging out and tasers that are aging out, about a $400,000 expense.
Okay.
We're currently holding those funds with the anticipation that we would come to the council to make a request to utilize that $200,000 to replace that equipment.
From that savings,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's not showing up as revenue, we're showing as technically being expended this year.
Yeah,
But
okay.
we'll be coming to you with a specific request related to that. It was an opportunity for this one-time money to go to this one-time use to
Definitely.
replace that equipment.
Yeah, I hate that we are all fighting over table scraps, like every single one of these agencies, but, I appreciate the astute observation and correction, so, thank you.
Parking services, we kind of covered, so on to fire. Again, full-time wages just due to COLA and performance. Within fire for this year, we had the EMS study, so, obviously hiring the 3 paramedics was the first step to try to stabilize the EMS service. We feel like there's a broader issue in EMS service delivery across the state, but again, here at the county. We are getting called out to respond to Troy, to Deary, to Potlatch and Occasional, when they cannot get volunteers to respond. And in addition, we're doing paramedic rendezvous where we're sending out a paramedic to jump on that ambulance to be able to initiate care before they get to the hospital to have better outcomes. So we feel that there's a need to look at the EMS system as a whole in Lathrop County, to look at what tools may be available to help assist and make EMS service more sustainable in the long run. There are things like ambulance districts that can be separate taxing entities that can help fund that kind of service that are in existence in many counties across the state of Idaho. And so we are in the process of starting an EMS service study for Lathrop County. This contract was recently approved by the council. It's underway. But you'll see the professional services dropping off because that was a one-time expense that showed up in FY25. So there's about a $34,000 decrease in FY26 in professional services. Department supplies have increased by about $23,000 to replace needed turnout gear, jackets, coats, and other equipment in the fire department. Those really are kind of the big changes for FY26.
Bill, with that new contract that we approved to start this conversation, who from the county, from leadership, and then like staff are we communicating?
So we've been working with the EMS council on that. So we met with them a year ago, talked about the concept. They were involved in reviewing the submissions, and so the EMS council is representatives from all the volunteer EMS agencies in Lathrop County. We've also presented to the Lathrop County commissioners that we were doing this study. That was when they suggested they hoped we weren't looking for money to help support the study. So we've kept them apprised of the fact that we're working, because if at the end of the day there is a desire among the agencies, among the community to pursue an ambulance district, it has to be initiated by the county. It's really within the county government structure and authority to create a district. So we've been keeping them apprised, and O'Brien's going to be talking with them here shortly, giving them an update. We've hired a consultant, here's the scope of work, we want to keep them involved in the process. And we're also keeping the EMS council involved in the process as well. And Debbie's leading that effort.
Okay, thank you.
General buildings and grounds, again, full-time wages, slight increase. Here's the numbers. So we are budgeting for what we anticipate to be a 7% increase in electricity rates and a 9% increase in natural gas. So you'll see that across the utilities as well, but for all the general fund buildings, that's generally covered in general buildings and grounds. So those are the increases that I think initially they were starting off with a 14% increase on the electricity. They went to the Idaho Public Utilities Commission that regulates their rate increases based on feedback. Vista has reduced their ask, and so 7 to 9, I think, is what they're currently pursuing. R&M Buildings has a number of repair and maintenance projects across different buildings. So Station 2, there's citywide HVAC service contracts. There's a dumpster pad construction, electrical panel upgrade at Station 2. There's a bottle filler to be replaced in the police department. There's the east entry door at Haddock and the east stairwell need repair. We have recoding of the Gormley storage building. It used to be the pool locker room. We're using the storage building for the roof. We have a the city hall elevator is reaching end of life, and so
Yeah,
we're
they
trying to,
don't say.
we're trying to
Now you
buy,
tell me.
we're trying to buy some spare parts to keep it alive. I think we were faced with a couple $100,000 quote to upgrade. So we're trying to buy some spare parts to keep that thing alive as long as we can.
What happens if it goes out and we are no longer like an eight, like, what?
Well, if we're forced into the expense, we will replace it. And we'll come to the council for this one-time expense, and we have capital reserves where we can fund.
That's why we've included these panels in it, is that this is the most likely failure point, and it's the hard thing to get, and so we wanna have these on the shelf, to help extend the useful life of that elevator. So having this helps us, at the most likely point of failure.
Fair.
So keep testing the phone to make sure it works in there, so you can call out if you get stuck in it.
Wait, yeah, when I
just
hit the
take it
button,
to
who
stairs
does it
now.
call, wait, when I hit the button, who does it?
Because
It calls out
Does
to
it call
emergency
911?
services. Yep.
Oh, okay. So I should've just.
We haven't had anybody stuck in it in a long time.
In a long time,
But
okay.
our annual inspection revealed that, it doesn't have many years left, so we're trying to keep it alive.
I think that's no surprise to those of us that take the elevator.
Yeah.
So, and also recoating the library roof is in there as well. We have a couple other improvements, include replacing flooring and adding a asphalt pad. Because the fire safety trailer got kicked out of the shop by the mean people out there, and so they're trying to find a place to park that.
Remind me, 1 is Main Street, 2 is
Fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds, 3 is Series, no.
Correct. You got it.
And then 3 is,
Up there in Pintail.
okay,
Good. You got it.
which I guess is the only place that we have room to pour an asphalt trailer pad, so,
Yep.
okay, this makes sense.
Why do we need carpet? Can't we just have regular floor?
For the stairwell,
Attic east stairwell?
I mean, carpet is technically your lowest cost
Okay,
material.
that's a great reason then, thanks.
Yes.
Carpet tile,
Right. Yeah, it's gonna be about your lowest cost, Drew.
All right.
Moving on to community development, again, full-time wages increased slightly, COLA and performance, all other expenses are flat or have decreased from prior year. We know change there. Non-departmental, so again, that second largest after police department and general fund. So this is one of those undetermined items. So public transit funding has been decreased by about 10,000, 329. That is just a plug number at the moment. Again, public transit was one of those, it's one of our larger expenditures to an outside, countries to an outside agency that we haven't had a contract that regulates what it's for and what services the city receives. It's been on my list to get a formal agreement between us and Smart Transit for what services they will be providing the city. But we were in negotiations with the University of Idaho early this year for the public safety contract with the university, and we had some concerns that there could be some reductions to that contract, so I was delaying entering into a contract with Smart Transit because I wasn't sure the city was gonna be able to afford to continue to support public transit in town. We've cleared that hurdle, contract's done, signed, we're on to needing to execute this agreement. The organization's been in a lot of turmoil. I mean, Haley can certainly testify to the last couple of years have been rough with Smart and some of the transitions of executive directors. I think Casey's doing a great job, I really do. And the recent state visit and kind of audit review, I think went really well. But I've been questioning, okay, before we sign this contract, I need justification of why you need $140,000 from the city of Rio, and to understand their finances. Casey's just been learning the finances, and so in our meeting 2 months ago, he's like, I can't answer that question because I'm still learning how this organization operates. And Casey's is relatively new. He and I are going to be coming up this month to kind of hash through this because before we enter this agreement, I want to understand what their needs are, what their financial position is, in order for me to feel comfortable to recommend to the council that we enter into a contract for $140,000. It's a large sum of money. So I was, in the initial kind of, I'll say, oh dang moment of working through the $150,000 capital transfer. I squeezed 10,000 out of this, as making sure that we were going across the budget and look at those external contracts and agreements. So this is one of those that they could come back and I could feel completely justified that $140,000 is where it needs to be. And if that's the case, then it's, you know, this and Humane Society are the two areas I'd see a little bit of, again, that 10,000 going from capital transfer, making that change. But right now it's in there 1/3. And just as the explanation, before budget's adopted in August, so this month we will get it nailed down, what that number needs to be. And we'll get it finalized ahead of the budget hearing on August 4th. But that's the one that's there. Commission budgets is the other kind of big one. They don't represent a huge expense, but again, as I was going through every department's training, you know, their department supplies, asking them to squeeze money out, I felt I needed to take a look at the commission budgets as well. And so, you know, made some fairly significant reductions to what they requested for the next fiscal year, but with some basis of looking at what have they spent over the last 5 years. You know, I've had conversations with some staff liaisons, as well as, you know, the request has just been on autopilot, and they haven't spent it, but they keep making it, and this was a year that I couldn't let that continue. And so, you know, I took a look at their 5 years' actual expenditures, had conversations with liaisons, took a look at kind of what they were using some of the funds for that I questioned, that I'm not sure we should do, like, you know, for Farmers Market Commission was sending commissioners to conferences in San Diego. We don't generally do that. We don't, we try to limit what staff, you know, we send to events that far away. So, you know, scrutinize kind of what they were using for, and we'll talk about that in more detail here and what the proposed reductions are. We also had 2 separate funding requests I sent to the council for your review last week from the Historical Society for funding related to celebrations for the 250th anniversary, as well as window replaces in McConnell. And then there's also one kind of built into the Historic Preservation Commission's request every year for the city historian contribution of $3,000 per year that we've eliminated as well. So about $13,000 that we're not going to be funding the Historical Society, if recommendation, council decision there. But it's important to note that the Historical Society is a county-funded entity. The McConnell Building is a county building. The McConnell Mansion is a county building, and we're likely going to see 120,000 or 30,000 expenses due to county action. So we had to take a look at those requests and determine whether we should, you know, fund those or not. And in consultation with council leadership and the mayor, the answer was no. So those are not in the budget.
I do have a question on that, and for all transparency, I'm on the board with the Historical Society. And I don't, this isn't coming from this, is the own idea. And I didn't bring it to leadership because I just saw the letter like 4 days ago. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up here. I'm wondering if it's possible, and we don't have to necessarily do it now, but think about maybe gifting $500 to $1,000 for their 250 celebration. I only say that because that is something that not necessarily is done at the McConnell Mansion. That would be something in town, and it does bring in tourism. And I know that the city does benefit from having people come to visit the mansion. I mean, weirdly enough, I have gotten people literally from all over the world on Saturdays in that mansion that are in town, and I give them recommendations, you know, all over town, you know. And so I'm just wondering on that, because it is a nationwide celebration. It's not just a county celebration. It's part of a whole statewide process, this 250 celebration. If there's any way we could kick some amount of money. I totally agree about the other 2 giant asks. But that 250 celebration, I think, is different, not $5,000 worth, but maybe $500 worth, or $1,000 to help promote that. Just, it's a thought I just want to put in the heads, and I did it now because I just saw it earlier.
Maybe that's something that we could look at for that council $5,000.
Yeah.
Non-prioritized.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think that would be appropriate area for that expense too.
So, thank you. And that was not for, as Haley is often saying for our avid listeners, that's not set in stone, that's a we'll
Right.
chat
Sure.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the draft budget, the city has maintained membership with the Clearwater Economic Development Association, which is kind of the regional economic development entity, for many years. And that's kind of another one as we went through to try to question, you know, when we were looking through every line item in the budget where we could make reductions, was one that council leadership brought forward. Is we think we're not getting the value here with this membership, and we think we should cease that. So the budget as presented to you does not include that 8,386 floor seat.
I appreciate that recommendation, I truly do.
And I'm really happy with that too, so.
Yep,
Good. No pushback.
It was me. Yeah, I mean, they're a good organization that works in 5 counties, mostly in more rural communities. They don't do much in Moscow itself, and it just feels like a donation to the regional.
Yeah.
We can't afford to
Entity.
subsidize it right now.
Yeah, and I think, and I mean, sorry, Bill, go ahead.
No, you're
No,
fine.
I was gonna
You're
just say
fine.
something that I think is coming up on your next slide.
Okay, so I just want to provide the detail that, I sent this out to the council, but just, this was, the commission, I know it may be a little bit difficult to read, but these are the actual expenditures of the commissions from, 2020 to 2024. 25, we're not complete yet, but, the average of the years excluding 25 that's incomplete is about 14,696 per year the commissions have actually expended. The request for FY '26 total 29,000. And so the proposal would be about $14,010 that we would allocate, which falls closely in line with what they've historically expended. If you have any specific questions on
No,
that.
and that was just gonna be my comment, just to highlight kind of on the historic preservation as an example here, like working through this and seeing, again, the past couple of years where, especially in 2023, 2024, they used 3,332, and then they request, 7,500, but hey, let's make it closer to what you actually used. Like, I just think that this, like, trimming this
Yeah,
down.
their request of 9,400.
Right, yeah, 9,400.
Well, and they're not even putting out the preservation,
Yeah.
newsletter
And
that was really
I
expensive.
talked to liaison, and it's like, well, a lot of these are old numbers, and we're not even doing these things anymore, but, sometimes it's easier to keep, put that standard request.
We've been
there.
in all those meetings where the conversation about what we wanna make the request for the commission budget to be, and it's like, it's a lot of shrugs, and then what I struggle with is some of this is to fund things like tabling and recruiting at farmer's market, which is a really good exposure point. And then what happens is the commission won't even show up to table on a Saturday to promote what they're doing, so.
So the other side, the other larger commission's been, Human Rights Commission, and they do, they've done a lot of kind of sponsorship of outside organizations that have, I think we need to be careful about.
We have already, there's things we've already had to be careful about because of code restrictions from the state and,
And I just don't, we just have to be careful about entrusting commissions and making decisions about gifting public funds to other
Agreed.
entities to make sure that it's aligned with the city's mission and purpose. And so, I think this is really, it's pretty consistent with what they've been expending. And I think they'll still be able to, the commission will still be able to carry on their activities and fulfill their purpose from the fund.
Can I ask Bill, so like this farmer's market commission, like I still know that Amanda, and when Amanda and Jamie had gone, Jamie was the chair for 10 years, like I was the liaison for farmer's market commission when we talked about if we could afford to send one more person. They did come back and with ideas that were implemented that made the market better. But this $1,500 would not, if Amanda wanted to travel to a conference, it would come from that community development.
Correct, so she has funds for her travel
Right.
and bring those ideas back to the
Right.
commission. And we, at these conferences, we were having 2 staff members go, along with 2 commission members.
Yeah, happy to dial that back.
And we need to fund
They
staff
can always
members.
pay their way, they can always pay their own way,
Right.
so, okay,
Some of them are in that industry where they might already be doing
yeah.
I understand.
And real quick, sorry, Bill, and then, on that, whose responsibility is it to communicate this reduction in their requests on these commissions? Will that come down to council liaison, the
No,
chair?
I'll do that.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Anything else on commission?
Nope.
Okay. We'll wrap out the non-departmental and then we can break for lunch. So the transfer of 1912 center this year will be $160,000. So that pays for Heart of the Arts operations, pays for utilities, and pays for as we'll get to the 1912 center fund later on this afternoon, but covers minor repairs and other things we do to the building. Transfer to capital projects is at $1,067,000. The transfer to agriculture this year will be almost 2.9 million. Again, that's where our large transfers exist. We also have our transfer to the Moscow School District Community Playfields, so the Joseph Street Playfield Complex, the Moscow School District Community Playfields, is jointly operated and managed by the city and the district. We share in half of the cost of operations and maintenance of that facility. So our share of that is $110,000. Transfer to street fund. So over a decade ago, we asked the voters to equalize franchise fees for natural gas and electricity rates and committed to the revenue that generated was $120,000 and committed to have that fund street improvements. And so that transfer of $120,000 street fund is following that commitment. We also are transferring $543,000 to fleet fund for all general fund future vehicle replacements. That commitment to contribute $25,000 for the replacement of ambulances in the future is part of that transfer. We're having to kind of contribute to accumulate funding for us to be able to help support ambulance replacements for the volunteers as well. IS funds about $12,000. That's just for new computer equipment purchases that are identified here. So that kind of wraps up general fund, and street fund will be next. But I think this is a good time to maybe break for lunch.
Can I ask 2 questions?
No, only one.
I'll ask 1.5. And I meant to ask this when we were kind of going through it, and so I'm going to backtrack a lot. You do not need to go through your slides. Back on page 66, I want to be just very clear in how we communicate or what to expect with regards to liquor license and alcohol permits, with regards to on-premise and off-premise, since we saw such a vocal reaction to what had happened last year. What should local business owners? Right. I just wanted to make sure that was stated at the budget workshop. So, yeah.
Good call.
Hope they're listening.
Yeah, exactly. They're definitely listening. And I think that's actually it. I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Perfect.
was only teasing you.
I know. I held in the second one. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Thank you. What time are we gonna reconvene?
about 12:30.
Okay.
That gives us almost 12 minutes.
Thank you.
2 days.
All right, let's get started. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, fair is fair, you call me.
Yeah, I know, I did.
Okay, so moving from general fund on to the street fund, which is a special revenue fund. So if majority of a fund's revenues come from a dedicated source restricted to certain uses, we would consider that to be a special revenue fund, which is the street fund. Street fund is largest source of revenue to street fund is a combination of highway, road, and bridge tax, and as well as highway user tax, neither of which I understand 100% very well, but they're state funds that come to both the city, and then a portion comes to the highway district, and the highway district shares the portions related to the city roadways and facilities in town. But that makes up the bulk of the general fund's revenues, street fund's revenues. Those revenues are projected to be flat into next year, so we really are carrying the same amounts over from FY25 into FY26. So we don't anticipate any large changes there. We talked about the general fund transfer. We don't have any really large federal grant funds identified in the street fund this year. Any that are coming in will come into the capital projects fund. But we do have the general fund transfer of $120,000, and then there are internal services charges to both the street fund provides services to water, sewer, storm, sanitation. These are actually directly accounted costs that for patching of roadways due to utility excavations, or it's locate services to the utilities. It might be street sweeping services for the stormwater utility. It's going to be traffic control services for any street closures the utilities have to conduct for their maintenance or repair activities. So we track those direct expenditures, and we charge those utilities for the services that the street fund provides. This is different than previously, where it was kind of just a number, an annual contribution that had been utilized in the past, or Lewiston that was allocating a certain percentage of revenues, 30%, let's say, of utility revenues to go to the street fund to mitigate the impacts. This is not that. This is direct services the street fund provides to utilities. They could hire PO to do the paving. They could hire a private traffic control company if the street fund provides those services to them, we can compensate the street fund for those direct services. So that is, and that shows up as those internal service charges in the street fund as well. As far as expenses, full-time wages, again, are seeing the same increase due to cost of living and performance increases. Part-time wages are largely, and all other expenses largely held flat in the street fund. So we really didn't have any other expenditures of note in the street fund. We are able to make about a little over $500,000 transfer from the street fund to capital projects for those larger street improvement projects over time as well. So that's about it for the street fund. Fleet was $100,000 as well.
I have a question about streets, and this is maybe a little philosophical, but what is the pinch point? Like, obviously, we have more streets that could be worked on. So we're putting money in the capital fund. Why not just take the money and fix the streets?
So we break apart the types of activities. So just in general, what we consider repair, maintenance, striping, signage, all that happens in the operation side of the budget. Those repairs oftentimes aren't going to be capitalized as an asset, as an improvement to an asset, because they're just repairs. Then it becomes a larger scale project of a reconstruction of that asset, rebuilding that roadway, or some more substantial improvements. It's going to fall as a capital activity and ends up in the capital fund. Those projects that you see, street fund next year, or capital projects related to transportation next year is $3 million. And so you couldn't fund those larger capital improvements with $500,000 a year. We need to accumulate over time, and we need the general fund to also contribute funding to have enough money to complete those projects. I mean, even just the public street projects, we're probably into it for over $1 million on our local match after the additional amounts we've had to contribute there. And so we need to be able to accumulate, plan, program, prioritize those larger improvement projects. So that's why we cover operations here, and then we shift out any remaining revenue for those planned future improvement projects. Rep and culture revenues, again, the program revenues, we're not anticipating any significant increases to program fees or expenses. If we have any, we'll just have some minor inflationary adjustments, but most of the recreation program revenues, they have a slight increase, but maybe 2 to 3% at the most. Swimming pool revenues are forecasted to be flat for next year. And those will fund a small portion of the recreation budget. The transfer from the general fund, as we talked about before, is slightly higher than it was in FY25. So it's almost 2.9 million coming for the FY26. For FY25, it was 2.83 or 2.84 was the transfer, but that's what's necessary to provide funding for all the operations. This year, we had been carrying the 1% public art accumulation, so that's the ordinance the council passed for 1% of qualifying capital projects have to go, 1% of those qualifying projects have to go to public art. So we have an accumulation, the total, sure, you can call it the current, I want to say just a little over 200,000 has been accumulated. Since the initiation of that ordinance, that's what's been remaining. It's been being carried in the Rec and Culture Fund for a while, and this year we made the decision to move that accumulation over to capital projects. That's where we traditionally hold funds that are going to accumulate over time. So we are moving those funds in the FY26 budget over to capital projects.
Do you earmark it then to
Yes.
come back? Is that how that works?
Yep. It'll be held there. So that's really it on the revenue side. For Rec Culture Administration, again, wages, really all of their expenses flat or have decreased slightly. Yep.
I think it's under revenue technically.
Sure. What's that?
I'm ready to be seen as a not popular person. I think we should get rid of the mayor's golf tournament. I don't think we should be spending staff time on it, and I think the revenue we get covers the cost of what we do, and I think we should do away with it. And if the mayor wants to do something, it can be done with volunteer time or personal time, but we've got, let's see, page 166, sure that it shows as revenue for registry, we get 5,000 from registrations, entry fees, and then, I think on the next page,
There's also sponsorships. So
Sponsorships.
the event is fully covered, but staff time is likely not.
and
Right,
I would
so-
like that to not.
So all of the direct expenses are either covered by entry fees or sponsorships, and then at the end of the day, there's usually 2,500-ish, you know, that is then donated to a local charity. The staff time associated with organizing or working the event for the day is really the one expense that we haven't captured as a separate expense. It's just,
Yeah,
and that was moved, it was in community events in prior fiscal years. That's now been moved to recreation this year, because that's who is going to be managing it. But it is fully funded. The only thing that's not captured is the direct staff time to coordinate, set up, and manage the event that day.
I'm just not comfortable having staff time spent on it, and at AIC, I visited with a couple other mayors of larger cities who they are full-time mayors, and they're the cities that operate some sort of mayor's golf tournament. It's all organized outside of staff time. It is all funded and organized outside of staff time, and I would like it to just not even be housed under the city.
I disagree with that, and I do only because we have staff time for other things too. Staff time does different events throughout town for ongoing ventures. I think this is something that builds community support. It's something our community looks forward to. We do have the sponsorships, they get into it, and so there's a lot of support and a lot of excitement and build-up, and it's something that our community really enjoys. And a bonus is there is some nonprofit that gets a check, and staff time, it's part of their job. They know what's coming up. It's not something extra. It's not something like, oh my gosh, you have to work 80,000 hours this week. It's part of the job, and to have something like that is fun, that maybe we reach out to a different group of folks that aren't usually coming to whether it's commission events or farmers market, that look forward to this and build on it, and is a really happy celebratory time, I think is worth its weight in gold.
I think it should go, because I don't think it does not benefit every single person in the community.
Nothing benefits every single person in the community, except maybe
It's
the fire
pay to
department.
play. I don't think it's worth it, and I also don't know how much, I'd be curious how long it started. I also would like input from the staff, but I'm not comfortable because you have staff members going out to facilitate donations and sponsorships to cover the cost of signing up to do golf. I support the U of I golf course. What I'm saying is this golf tournament should not be housed under the city, and it can be up to the mayor to do anything with, and if staff want to volunteer their time and coordinate whatever outside of it, but I'm not comfortable. It's one of the few things we can control. I'm not comfortable with it, so don't know how anyone else feels.
I'm fine with it.
I like it.
I'm indifferent about the mayor's golf tournament.
There aren't many things we can control. This is an easy one to say. That also has gotten attention from citizens who are asking us to do something about something. I'm not gonna cut anything for the other community events, because those community events aren't just networking events for businesses who can afford to pay for it.
It's been going on a long time. I'm
Will
not
be the
very familiar with
10-year
the golf
anniversary
tournament.
a couple of years ago.
10 years?
Yeah, so I think it's probably in its 11th or 12th year.
Yeah, it started under Mayor Lambert.
And what was the impetus when he started it, for the benefiting nonprofit or community engagement?
Yep,
Benefiting a nonprofit.
yep. So it's been Recovery Center, Westside Food Pantry,
Idaho Food Bank before Westside Food Pantry was there.
and who else? One of the other local housing providers.
Yeah, we could get a list of who have been the recipients over years of the council session.
My ask would be, what has been the 10 years of donation cost? What has been the 10 years of expense? Because if we are about to fundraise for $12,000, I'm also saying this, I'm seeing this in every single other community group that tries to do a golf fundraiser. Hosting golf events are not affordable anymore. If we are having to spend staff time to cover, let's see, $13,000 just to cut a $2,500 check, that ROI does not pencil to me. And any other for-profit, like any other situation, you would cut that. So I'm just saying, it's not worth spending our staff's time and their dignity of work to be spent facilitating what will ultimately end up as a $2,500 check. I'd rather just cut the $2,500 check to the food bank. And if there's other community events who wanna do golf events, fine, but I'm not comfortable with it, so. That is the hill I will die on. But one voice.
Well, okay, so, I mean, we do have an election coming up.
I mean, is there a way to
The
better?
next mayor may not want to have it.
Yeah, I mean, is there a way to like?
I don't wanna assume it's a given, maybe that's.
Right. I mean, maybe there's a way to pay more close attention as we build up to it this year, right? And just kind of like see how staff feels like the resources are being allocated and how if they feel like they're overworked for this particular event, if they feel as if it really is a drain on their resources. And then that,
Staff is fine with that. It's up to the council, really.
right.
Right, but it's not been an issue for staff to facilitate and coordinate. It isn't, there's an expense that's not accounted for there.
Yeah.
That's a question for the council, whether you want, you know.
And I think for me, I would feel more, like if this really was a giant burden on staff, then I would say let's revisit it. But if it does, and like clearly my biases show as a golfer, and as something that I think to engage with people that maybe golf is an interesting thing because like people will be out on the golf course that you might not see anywhere else, right? So this is a one way to engage also people within the community that might not come down to the farmers market, that might not go to Rendezvous. And so I do think that there's good community outreach that does occur with this specific event, and it's enjoyable. But I can see the frustrations, Haley.
I just, having talked to 3 other mayors who said, oh, you do this on city staff time, granted, they are full-time mayors, right, like, they're getting paid $100,000, and they have packs, like, we're not that kind of
Sure.
town, but it gave me pause, because if it is a mayor's golf tournament, it should be mayoral, like, resources and time, it's not pulling from city resources. I know it's like, you know, here and there, time for the staff. I also don't know that staff would feel like they could or couldn't tell us on record if they liked it or not. It's not a huge time suck, but dignity of work, and the optics. I'm concerned about the optics of us budgeting for something that it just doesn't pencil for me, so.
So but the real cost, there's no actual cost except staff time? Because everything
Correct.
else is
All direct
donations.
expenses are covered by the participants who pay to participate and by the sponsors.
Mhm.
So it's just the time to organize. I mean, it's like any other, so.
And that's Amanda is doing that.
Tyler.
Oh, sorry.
And they've gotten very good about preparing checklists to facilitate the whole process, and it slides through quite smoothly anymore. And as pointed out, it does involve a lot of people who are not otherwise associated with the community of Moscow in and among themselves. And so it does serve as an additional event that provides a little more of the sense of what makes Moscow Moscow than just a budgetary pencil and paper action. So the benefits accrued are not always available to be seen on a piece of spreadsheet.
I mean, I guess the question, the city organizes a wide range of programs, activities, events people pay to participate in, whether it's youth athletic events, or it's dog training, or it's what have you. I guess a golf tournament is like any other event. If it's that you would like the city to ensure that we're recapturing our staff costs involved with it. I mean, I know it's called the Mayor's Golf Tournament, but it's a city event. It's called the Mayor's Golf Tournament, but it is just a golf tournament that the city recreation or community events department has organized, you know, for the last decade. If there's a concern about just subsidizing it, and you want to make sure that the costs are fully covered, we can certainly track our time this year. We can adjust participant fees next year to capture that. I mean, we subsidize the pool to $250,000 a year, and there's a large part of the community that never steps foot in it. So we fund a lot of activities that we want to provide a wide variety of services that are available. Not everybody's going to benefit from it, and a lot of them we subsidize. Parks we subsidize, light up the season parade is a large expense, we subsidize that. Not everybody's going to go to that, or have children that want to go, but we want to have a wide variety of offerings for a wide cross-section of the community. I guess we need to drill down to what is the crux of the issue because we subsidize a lot of events at a much larger expense than we do this one.
It's a good point. Personally, I do not like golf at all. I was predicted to be Tiger Woods and I wasn't. But I go when the mayor strong arms me, but I do pay my own fee. I mean, if we're gonna argue that point, then what else are we gonna start cutting? That's where I say.
There are other things where the city plays a role, like even the New Bell Safety Fair, which is organized by others, but also involves a substantial city presence at that event as well that is off budget.
So are we gonna cut all the things then?
So if it was a different kind of event, Haley, would you like it more like let's say I become mayor, not running for mayor, but and I decide that we should do a fun run because I like to run. Like, is that more palatable? Is it the optics of golf because golf is seen as elitist, or is it like is it just the what is it?
That's a fair point. I mean, I think, if we want to treat it for me, if we are calling it a fundraiser, that doesn't make sense to me. And it is one of the few, if we're gonna call it a rec program, the city's golf tournament, and we price it to just cover the expense of doing the thing and we get people there, great. But I'm not comfortable the way that my first engagement with this, because I don't golf, I don't go up, I will go drink, I will drive the drink cart, but like, I think for me, if I can get clarity on if we're treating it like a fundraiser, let's talk about it. If we're treating it like a rec program, I would say rebrand it and just say it's the city golf tournament, because I'm not super stoked on the optics of it being something that is like the mayor's golf tournament. If it is, I think you're right, Sandra, that it catches different clientele. I think that's what clientele.
So, can I ask you something just quick, since you're on that? So, if we did just change it to the City of Moscow Golf Tournament, you're good with that?
And if we priced it so that we're not saying, yes, because
And we
for
don't
me,
have it as a fundraiser?
because to me, I cannot justify staff time on a fundraiser that only gives,
So can
if
that
it's,
be a
if it's
bonus
another
part
deal
of
that's
it?
assigned.
Right, I mean, cause I don't think that's the whole intent. The whole intent is to have the golf tournament. The bonus part is giving away a check to a nonprofit. It's not to raise money for a nonprofit. That's the bonus part of it. So, getting rid of that and having a city golf tournament, you're okay with?
I'd feel better about it, because otherwise it sounds like we are doing something for a mayoral role that in most other cases is going to, if it's a re-election or you're buying time in a bigger city where you're like buying time with the mayor.
So it sounds like your main issue is semantics.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just wondering if we can make this work by changing the name.
I was advocating to get it all together because I think it doesn't, as it stands, we can workshop this outside of it, but like, and it's not my call. I guess what I want to make clear is the citizen feedback that we've gotten, which is like the mayor golf tournament, it's clear that we're not telling the story well. And so, and I don't, in my head, I'm saying no to this because it doesn't make sense to spend all this time and money for something that, if the purpose is fundraising for a fairly small return. If staff doesn't care, that's one thing. I guess what I'd like is the freedom and flexibility for it to not get done. But if we're saying this is a benefit to the community and treating it like a rec program that we subsidize, I'm not asking to subsidize anything, or, I'm sorry, cut anything else. I'm happy that we subsidize the pool. I think it is a good benefit. I'm happy that we subsidize youth sports. Like, I think there are things that make sense. I have a hard time when we're talking about grown-ass adults paying for time for a team for a work day to go do something, and then we're gonna pat ourselves on the back and they pat themselves on the back because we're saying, oh yeah, sure, and we'll give $5 of it to a food bank.
Again, I go back to the community aspect.
And I can be in the minority. I'm
Yeah.
I'm clearly not changing hearts or minds here, but like, this is my chance to say, golf tournament goes away.
That's the one thing, that's the thing.
Like I said,
And I guess from a budget perspective, revenues slightly exceed the expenses in the budget. So it's a net, it's not a cost in a budgetary sense. It's a cost in staff time. Because as far as the budget goes, if you were to say, okay, we're not gonna do it, we'd reduce our revenues for the sponsorship and the fees, and the expense would go away, and we would have a net reduction of income by a couple thousand. And to run the numbers, what we have in there for the total, you remember the total between the sponsorship and registration?
And I can get it.
We had 9,000 of expense and probably 12,000 of revenue.
That sounds right. I'll look.
So
It's a net loss
it's a net loss at the end of the day
to cancel it.
to cancel it, yes. So I guess that's my way of saying, you're not saving any money by not doing it. You're actually losing revenue that then ends up oftentimes being donated to the charity, but you are saving the staff time coordinating. That's net income if you were to wipe it out.
So the
I
other
kind of like-
consideration is what else can staff be using their time elsewhere? And what's being neglected to the extent that they're working on this versus what?
There's a lot of layers to what we're talking about, and I'm not gonna pretend like I understand all those layers, but I do like, if we're gonna talk about grown-ass adults, Haley.
Sorry. Yeah.
So I guess you're arguing that we don't do anything for adults? So do we cancel what Tyler Cho is doing by trying to get a dodgeball league for people in the city of Moscow? Although it's not associated with a fundraiser yet, but talking about making it be a weekend event that could, has the opportunity to do that long term, where I donate to something. I mean, it's like in its infancy, and this is just a Kickstarter for this fall where he wants to try something.
Kickstarter.
And so it would be a throw starter on a
Oh,
Kickstarter,
right.
but, so,
If we're all trying to say that if we're saying that we all want to see this as an adult recreation thing, I will.
I'm not saying that, I'm saying I'm trying to understand what you're,
The fact that it's specifically called out as a mayor golf tournament thing and isn't factored into any of the other recreation, like adult programs or youth programs,
So
right?
with
Like,
that,
it's
the
stuck.
semantics,
I just to be the devil's advocate, I like that it's the mayor's, like, I like that it feels like, a little bit of public relations as the city, that we have a mayor and the mayor is accessible and does this golf tournament, even though I don't golf, but, you know, like I kinda like the way that that is branded.
Sure.
But,
and
like I said, it's not,
and two, I don't feel like, I mean, I've done it once with the mayor, and I got to ride in his golf cart with him, but I also didn't feel like there's a lot of people being like, Mr. Mayor, you do this for me, I do this for you, we're gonna close a deal. I just felt like it was a bunch of guys and gals that like to swing a club. If there was a mayor's 5K, I would probably hate that even more because I'm not in a golf cart, but I go and run it if I was on the mayor's team, and you definitely get last. But mountain biking there. But I don't know, I just feel it's semantics, and I think it's important when we talk about semantics, but I don't know, it could be perceived, like we could say this about so many things.
I disagree, but that's all right.
So I was able to clarify, there's 13,000 in revenue, including 5,000 entry fees, 8,000 sponsorship, and there's 13,000 of expense. So it's a net wash, and that 13,000 of expense includes the donation to the recipient charity, which has been around that 3,000 mark, so probably 10,000 of direct expense, 3,000 to a charity. But so the net effect at the end of the day would be a zero washout.
I was gonna echo something that Julie was saying. Like, I'm sure we've all had this multiple times where when we're discussing our role on council, and they're like, "What's our mayor's name again?" No offense, Art. And so it's a way that I think for Art in particular, or whoever the mayor is at the time of the tournament, right, to again have a little bit more visibility in a very informal setting. And I think that is a net positive as well. But
So even though we're not voting, I will park it. Am I the only one who wants it to go away and or change? Okay.
I think so.
Then I'll STF you. Onward.
And if for some reason, like was mentioned, we have an election this year, it's a zero impact on the budget because we've got offsetting expenses and revenues. If it didn't happen, it has zero impact on the budget. If the new mayor decides they don't want to have this event next year, it'd be, if somebody wants to do 5K instead.
Pickleball.
So
Pickleball.
essentially.
I wrote pickleball in my notes over here.
Sorry.
Well, mountain biking.
Okay,
There's
thank
really
you.
zero impact to the budget. Okay. Parks, we're working through full-time wages. One of the things, and this is kind of one of our struggles we've talked about. Realistically, for street maintenance, for park maintenance, we can certainly pull up the statistics of how many acres of parkland we have added over the last 10 years and how many staff we have added. And the same can be said about streets. And I think that's we are going to become ever more dependent upon trying to use technology and devices to offset labor increases or adding additional staff, because another parks worker employs a $60,000 or $70,000 expense from here in perpetuity and grows at that increase every year. And so we're going to need to be strategic about how do we utilize technology in the future, whether it's robotic mowers and other devices, to reduce dependence on staff and to be able to continue to expand and add acres and acres of additional parkland without having to add, the commensurate amount of staff members. So one of the things this year, we did a fairly detailed analysis on the cost benefit is a robotic field painter. So it's a robotic device that you can program in pre-laid out field paint patterns, and it'll take care of that. And so we have done the math to understand we will save substantially on labor by purchasing a robotic field painter. So we have half of the purchases included in the parks budget, and the other half is located in the playfields budget because it'll be utilized on those facilities as well, so the district can contribute. So it'll be used on the playfield, the Justice Street property, but also on our other athletic fields. So we've got half of it being paid jointly between the city and the school district, and then the remainder of that being included here in the parks budget. So
And who programs or runs that?
we've done our park staff will
Okay,
manage that.
just some people.
And just out of curiosity, how do they do, like when it's wet or icy or gross out? Do they still function okay? Do we know?
Generally, when these are gonna run are when we would be painting a field. So when it's wet, grossy, or icy, and people would be playing, we wouldn't be running them. So
Well, I've covered a lot of games where it's been wet and crummy and gross and they're playing.
But
They don't paint them at that time.
yeah, we tend to not paint when
Okay,
it's
okay.
actively rainy or wet or gross out. And so whenever a normal painter would function,
Okay.
this one will function. So freezing temperatures, no painter likes that much, and so we won't have it out when it's freezing. But
Cool.
yeah, during any normal conditions, it'll be fine.
Tyler, also seeing a growing trend in like the industry, just from, recreation to higher, collegial sports, that this is where the industry's going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we borrowed, we had a demo on a painter like this. There's a gentleman in Lewiston actually that owned one that has taken it out. And yeah, the trend toward automation in the industry is, in particular, electrification within this industry shows a lot of promise. One of the things that we've done demos on and are looking towards, Bill mentioned, that shift to technology, because we're not going to get more labor, is things like automated mowers. That's something that we hope to do a couple more demos on this summer to better understand the potential for that. You get areas like fields where it's the same pattern, it needs to be mowed. It's basically a Roomba. It's got a little doghouse, electricity. We can save some money in those regards too. And so I think over the next 7 to 10 years, we'll see pretty significant movement toward automating some of our parks processes.
To Haley's point yesterday, maybe we
Wait, yeah, naming rights.
need.
Naming contests.
And real quick, Bill,
Dress
just
like a
to
puppy.
reiterate something you had said about this. Clearly, reducing labor expenses, but if we continue to move this direction, would there be a foreseeable instance where we let go of human paid positions, or?
No, this is just to protect against having to add.
Okay.
We're so far behind.
There's just protecting against having to add.
What's the insurance cost on those? I mean, because I know that's the reason. I'm just picturing kids be like, I'm going to mess up the lines because, people are knuckleheads.
There'd be no cost for us underneath it would be covered just as our normal property equipment.
Okay.
So in Otherwise, in parks, really all other expenses are flat or have slightly decreased. And, I mean, to their credit, they actually went through and squeezed a number of line items to be able to find the funding for this robotic painter because they feel it is gonna be so valuable and important to the department. Underneath recreation, really, we had the mayor's golf permits, we already talked about that, look at that, 13,000, I had it already.
You know what, I wanna bring it up again. I'm gonna make my case again. It's a joke.
And as I mentioned, that event is funded by sponsorships and entry fees, and as we've already covered, it just does not cover our staff time for organizing the event. Really, but and that was a relocation of that event from community events to recreation. It wasn't really a new expense. All right, cool. Again, no real changes there. All expenses either flat or below 25.
Also, I will say one thing that caught my eye, and I know this is back on revenues, but I think I laughed out loud seeing that we make about $50,000 in the concessions from the season.
And we spend probably 70.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think the concessions, it's hard to, so some of the labor is a little bit mixed because concession workers also work like the top of the slide at times and work other functions and do trash collection. But if you look direct expenses for what we segregate as concession supplies and concession labor, that 50,000, it's a net loser for us.
Gotcha.
But it's an amenity.
It is an affordable.
That kids
Right.
really love to have in the pool. And we've always put pressure on the pool every year to try to tune that number up. And I think there's gonna be a closer look at the labor, like the number of kids we have in the concession stand. That's been one we've been tracking a little bit. We think we're a little over labor there. So we're gonna kind of work on fine tuning that. It is one that's been a target of conversation about, do we stop it, do we go to a vending machine? And it's still a very popular element of the pool, and so we've kept it, but we've talked, and Cody and I talked about focusing on making sure that we right-size labor resource in that concession stand.
Well, just sticking with the pool for just a second, I know that with so many other things in the city, everything's on a cycle, like you watch this and you get ready to fix it in 5 years, and what's the pool cycle like with the equipment there and the slides and the little sprinkler things?
So it's included in the CIP. So we, for like the recoating of the slides, the replacement of the play equipment, we just replastered the pools not too long ago. So it's all captured in our CIP.
Okay.
And everyone has a unique sequence and timeline.
Thank you.
Youth Center, the one change, we talked about this early on, was kind of one of the few positions that got moved from 3/4 time to full-time with Hadley's position at Egan. We had some reduction to offset that shift into full-time on part-time wages and really all other expenses either at or below FY25 budget. HERC, we have a little bit of R&M buildings. We got some east-facing windows that seals have need to be replaced. Other than that, all our expenses are either at or below FY25, so no real changes or increases there. For arts, full-time wages, so we saw this in administration, with that half of the executive assistant position going away, full-time wages were reduced in arts. But we also had a $25,000 reduction of expenses related to Art Walk. So really we renewed that contract with the chamber at no net increase of that agreement. And that agreement is a little over $20,000 per year. Covers them organizing 3 community events and also providing tourism, marketing, all the other services provided. And for them to take, I think what was Camp Massaquanna, replace it with Art Walk as kind of being one of their 3 events and doing quarterly events for Art Walk in addition to the one larger event. We're going to save $25,000.
That's great.
Can I just say something about this elimination of this assistant? I've been thinking about this in Berlin. So I know that in theory that saves money, but then you also have people who are overqualified and paid much more than an assistant to be doing assistant work. So you have, for example, you making our hotel reservations, which, it's just a little example of in some ways that feels like a savings, but then when you look at the total load for the city, I don't always think it comes out that way. Like my experience working at U of I is, they eliminated all these assistant these, you know, kind of administrative assistant, secretarial positions. But then you have your full professor over there making photocopies, so, you know, it just doesn't, it seems like a money saver, but in the end, I'm not sure it's a money saver. So that's my little lunchtime thoughts.
So then, and our solid expenses remain at or below FY '25. Community events, again, full-time wages, just with COLA performance. This is one of the locations where this is one commission that's not housed in the non-departmental, it's housed in community events budget. So there's a fairly sizable reduction, 55 to 1,500 there for the commission support. They also had the mayor's golf tournament relocated, so that expense has been moved to recreation, and then really all other expenses are either flat or slightly decreased in community events for FY '26. And so now moving on to the Musk School District Community Playfields Fund. A fair amount of R&M, so repairs and maintenance work out there, overseeding, supplies, padding replacements, batting cage netting. So we got a pretty long list, and then 10,000 for that robot painter in there as well. So got a long list of improvements.
And Bill, I am curious, and maybe this has been answered before. So what is so these are our responsibilities as the city. What is the school district's responsibility?
So this is both. So this budget covers all expenses at the facility, and the district funds half of this budget annually, and the city funds the other half. So the transfer of the 110 from non-departmental to this fund was the city share, and the district is contributing an equal $110,000 to the city.
But nothing from like American Legion baseball for their,
So those come into this fund as well as in there, it must be underneath parks and revenues, right?
oh,
Agriculture revenues.
okay.
If it's specific to the ball field, it would be going in the facility user fees.
Yep, so we created a new line item for that, because initially that was, I thought we segmented.
It's okay, they're in there.
Correct.
Yeah.
The anticipated revenue would be in there.
Great.
And one thing to point in the playfields also, in '26, there is actually an $8,800 increase on the money that's coming in from the school district versus our contribution, and that's just because at the end of the year, we accrued up our actual wages spent out there and provided that to the school district, and they agreed to pay their share. So we'll be doing that on an annual basis. So while we are contributing equally at year end, we're truing up, and then they're providing us more revenue in the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Let's see, we also have some other building improvements, concrete ceiling, storage building modifications, lock additions, and AED outdoor cabinet being added to the facility. And then the budget includes transfers. We have been accumulating some funds related to, for anticipated future capital improvements for that facility. We have $50,000 identified as being transferred to capital projects to fund future enhancements, replacements, add lights, whatever that might be in the future. I think we've got roughly about $250,000 accumulated right now for future facility needs, so that's being covered and being jointly funded between the two entities.
I balk bringing this up, but I'm clearly bringing it up because I remember a little bit from last year, my first time going through the budget process. What is the temperature, this is how I phrase it, on potentially opening up for sponsorship banners at any of the playfields? I know that came up at, I think, the very end of our budget workshop last year. Kind of had a little bit of momentum of conversation, and it's just a temperature check.
So I think there's two questions, because this is technically the district's property.
Okay.
So that has been largely delegated to them. So you'll see banners
Right, there's
around the
the
soccer field, that
right.
kind of stuff, because this is their facility, their property. We're letting their practices be implemented on that facility. For city facilities, city owner operated facilities, I have a draft donation sponsorship policy that's in legal review right now. And this is a response to, I think, the Parks and Rec Commission talking about wanting to have the ability to go out and solicit corporate sponsorships, donations for larger capital projects. So I have that in review right now. Will be coming to council in the next month or two,
Okay,
as soon as I get it out of legal.
okay. So the temperature's simmering. Thanks. Sure.
Simmered.
1912 Center Fund, again, improvements identified this year. We've got a furnace replacement for the west side of the great room, a little over 11,000, and then some concrete treatments on the southwest steps for a little over 10,000. All other expenses remaining flat for the 1912 Center Fund. We had a report last night on the third floor renovation plans and their capital fundraising that they'll be working on as well. Transit Center, no changes there. That facility is fully funded by user fees, so both U of I Park Transportation Services as well as Smart Transit fund all operational expenses of that facility. All right, on to utilities.
Woohoo!
So-
I just felt like we need a little.
That was good.
Thanks.
Where's the penny?
After lunch is fine.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
I like utilities. I'm serious, that's fine.
Me too, Drew.
Water revenue, so we're in the last year of the utility rate study that's recommending a 4% increase on water rates, so that is incorporated in the budget. On the expense side, again, full-time wages, we have, water has seen increased utilization of overtime, and so we have increased the overtime budget this year for water. So that's, sorry, revenue side. Yep, sorry, help me out there. Yeah, so we went to 70,000 for overtime. So in the past, and it's pretty reflective of what the actuals have been. We budgeted in 2025 54,000, but if you look in 23 it was 65, and 24 it was 66. So their request this year was to move that up to 70. So that is a little bit of an increase in the prior year, but it is pretty consistent with past actuals.
Is that because we're understaffed or because of after-hours calls?
I'm not sure of the numbers.
It's a little bit, for one, we had some updates to on-call that were working their way through the system, so I don't think the adjustments have been appropriately made to accommodate for making sure that we have on-call staff both on the production and distribution side. There's kind of a bifurcation within water where you have production staff that specializes in the wells and the pumps and that side of it, and then you have your distribution folks that work on the pipes, meters and that sort of thing. And then in addition, yeah, we haven't added any new water operators for several years, and the system has grown, and so part is just, volume of calls spread over fewer folks.
Professional services has been increased to include the alternate water supply study expenses. That's what will be expensed out of. Again, that study is funded by the grants from Department of Water Resource, the Idaho Water Resource Board, as well as contributions from PVAC to fund that. We also have e-licensed utilities. So the utilities themselves, whether it's water or sewer, are sensitive. They're large power consumers through all the equipment, so that those increases proposed by Vista, you are seeing increases in utilities expenses. You'll see that across all the utility operations. They're pretty heavy utility consumers. The budget includes continued investment in our advanced metering program. So this is the new remote read meter systems, which are just under 250,000 budgeted this year for that. And we also include, we're now on to, as you recall, we have two state revolving loan funds. So we're now fully into paying debt service on both. So that's just a little bit over $500,000 per year. So that debt service payment is included in the water fund as well.
Bill, I just have one question on the AMI. That's the digital water.
Correct. It's the the remote read
Yeah.
meters that.
Yeah, and so this is the first, I'm sorry, I'm confused, I should have brought my notes from last year, but this is the first year that we're gonna implement it, or it has been implemented?
So it has been implemented on isolated city facilities to kind of prove out the operation of the system, and now they're expanding their deployment of the new meters.
Okay. And we've been good, like we've really.
Things are going well. We're through
Things
the
are going
alpha
well.
phase. We just started the beta phase. The alpha phase had 200 meters that we installed. Like Bill said, some city facilities we could test, and then an additional 150 or so meters, and now we're into the beta phase. It's going well. I mean, there's, you know, the little
Oh,
hiccups
yeah,
as you
there's gonna
implement a new
be-
system, but one of the things that you'll see in the fee schedule is actually a relatively large decrease in some of the fees, because these meters are actually cheaper than some of the previous meters that we've been installing. But, yeah, the read system's working good. One of the reasons we selected the technology that we selected is because of with our hills, a lot of the reading technology can have a difficulty, and you have to have a lot of repeaters. With this technology, a meter can ping off another meter. It creates a mesh system, so it can actually read around obstacles like hills. And we found that that's actually working a little bit better than we'd anticipated. So we've gone and eliminated one repeater site already, just because we're getting the coverage better than what we'd anticipated. So yeah, it's going well. We'll launch our customer portal here this year as we get more meters deployed, and so people can use the app and see in real time how much water they're using and set parameters. We're excited. It's going well.
Okay, very cool, thank you.
So, Bill, on page 241 with the debt service, and this is just for my own understanding because I don't know. Going from 2024-25 from 268,222 to 2025-26 to 536,422, that's a very big increase.
That's because we're bringing on the second DEQ loan.
Thank you.
Yeah, last
Yep.
year we only had budgeted the first one.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, sir.
We actually brought on the second DEQ loan for FY '26. Truly, we're actually paying for it in '25, so you'll see when I bring out our quarterly reports, those are gonna be over budget. And that's just because we didn't have the numbers in time for the '25 budget.
Thank you.
And then the transfer the water fund is able to make to water capital is $2.4 million. That has been improving over the last couple of years. It wasn't too long ago that the water fund was able to do 1 or 1.2. So this is a better, healthier transfer to fund those future capital needs that they have. So. And fleet transfers 129. Moving on to the other side of the water cycle, on to sewer. Sewer revenues, the rate study again, final year rate study for sewer, 2.25% increase on sewer fees this year, so relatively modest increase. On the revenue side, on the expense side, again, full-time. We have seen a fairly sizable increase in chemical costs, so chemicals were going up by about $121,000 due to new systems and inflation just in chemical costs. So that's largely utilized out at the, I'm sure, the water reclamation facility.
I think, and isn't it the case that a lot of those chemicals, China's like the only country of origin for a decent number of them, or are we talking tariff related
That's
stuff?
in part, there's a lot of different chemicals that we utilize, and just in general, chemical costs have been exploding at rates that even outstrip the general inflation. And a lot of that is just due, like, if things as simple as chlorine has gotten really difficult to get a hold of. The alum that we utilize out there, a lot of the reagents, just across the board chemical costs over the last year have really increased.
Again, heat pipes utilities due to the anticipated VISTA increases. We only have one remaining debt out of the, related to improvements in the WRF, about $403,000 for the debt service payment, and the transfer of sewer capital this year, a little over $3.3 million. Stormwater fund, again, revenues are proposed to be increased by a 3% rate increase. Stormwater has been added to the rate study that's underway this year. Stormwater was one of those utilities we started with, really propped it up with bare bones expenditures, trying to ensure we can keep that rate as low as we possibly can. And we do expect to see some recommendations from the rate committee to see more sizable increases in the future. They'll be larger on a percentage basis, but as on a actual dollar basis, they won't be that significant. But this year, we're just doing the 3% inflationary adjustment until that rate study is completed, and then FY '27 will follow whatever the rate recommendations are in that study. Really kind of bare bones addressing the operational expenses and to fund a capital transfer. We really struggled to put anything from the stormwater fund into stormwater capital. We're still kind of in that phase of cleaning, assessing, identifying needs, but those needs will be, they'll be significant, right? It's been a system that's been, because it doesn't have dedicated revenue stream and it's been maintained, prior to the creation of the utility, maintained by the streets department as problems arose. There's gonna be a lot of deferred maintenance needs on that system, so, but we'll get after that as funding allows. Full-time wages have increased slightly again with COLA and performance. There's just under 100,000 budgeted for storm system maintenance over the course of the year, and then an additional 35,000 for flood control maintenance and creek cleaning. That's been kind of, as we went through that flood mitigation study that we've been conducting over the last 3 years. Ultimately, at the end of the day, there was no silver bullet to solve the flooding that exists here in town, outside of, creating a Colfax-esque concrete channel through town. It's just, a lot of low areas in the community got developed before floodplains were mapped, before flood regulations were imposed, and you just can't solve the elevation. They're just set at low water elevation. So we have dedicated and committed that we're gonna do enhanced channel maintenance activities. And the city historically did more active channel maintenance activities, dropped small dozers into the channel and cleaned it up periodically. But with tightening environmental regulations, it's been 20 plus 30 years, 25 years since we've really undertaken a lot of more aggressive channel maintenance activities. And we know we're gonna have to re-engage in Tyler's groups that work on developing a creek maintenance plan, coordinating with all associated permitting agencies, but it's a challenge just because we don't own the channel throughout much of town. We have limited access to areas of the channel through much of town, so it's not going to be a easy undertaking, but it is something that we are going to need to take a little bit more active role in maintaining the channel to make sure it can be available for conveyance during those high flow flooding events.
Is it, so just because we don't have the access to the property that it is by the channel, because the channels public, or are they?
Oh, private. So there are in many areas of town, you think between Hillcrest and Damon, or the Fosburg, the prior Fosburg property, the channel flows all through private property. It's included in individual owners' property boundaries. There were no easements or other rights of access that were.
There's not like river rights, like same thing with
We
river
have
rights.
no
or
rights to get into them. I mean, we'd have the right to enter in a time of emergency to, alleviate a potential public risk or hazard. But as far as ongoing maintenance activities, so it'll involve either looking at technique strategies that we can gain access in areas, getting easements and property owner permission to gain access to conduct those activities. It's not an easy.
Yeah, no, it's
Yes.
difficult. I was hoping like a partnership with NRS where we could have like a dozer on like an NRS raft or something.
Trawling,
I was like, if we can't get the land, we can get on the water, and I'll drive.
A mining
I'm
sledge.
not sure there's a high water mark that's, that we can find.
And there's some water.
Yeah, wood
Yes,
chipper,
wood
wood
chipper.
chipper on the front, and I get to name that one.
There's some waters in the US regulations that, the water is qualified as water of the US, but the underlying land is privately owned. So, yeah, there's.
And usually that's a perennial water body, right? Paradise Creek is generally classified as intermittent above 95.
Yeah.
And so you're not gonna have
The same,
right to
yeah,
access.
same.
So,
I gotcha.
It's a
Okay.
complicated situation, but we are leaning into conducting a little bit more channel maintenance activities.
Beavers.
So let's have a chat with those beavers.
Yeah.
Can you guys
Cover
just
your
move
dental.
that, just move it down?
I have 2 kids that can talk.
On to the sanitation fund, so we don't have any rate increases proposed in sanitation, so like the residential roll call rates are gonna remain static as prior year. We do have a proposed decrease for mechanical containers, so those are dumpsters. And this was, the last sanitation rate study identified that there, the cost of service, there was an inequity in the cost of service, that residential roll carts were not being charged enough and mechanical containers were being charged too much. And so it recommended increases to residential roll carts, and then some either static or decreases on the mechanical container. We've just been working on the decrease side because we've not been, our revenue stream coming in with sanitation fund has adequately covered the operational expenses, and we have not needed to increase residential roll cart rates. But we continue over the last several years to work on the decreases in mechanical containers to get that cost of service delivery equity in place. So no real increases on those services. On some of the general miscellaneous rates, there are 2.5% increases being proposed, but for what impacts the majority of all of our customers in town for collections of either residential or commercial mechanical containers, there will be no increases in rates for next year. Our contracted amounts to both Lake Tahoe Sanitation and Finley Buttes will increase in accordance with the CPI indexed inflationary adjustments in their contracts for LSI, because they use slightly different indexes. LSI will be 2.86%, and Finley Buttes will be 2.35% on this year. We are coming up near the end of the first term for the Finley Buttes agreement. As you may know, that includes a haul and disposal at Boardman, Oregon, so it's a fairly over to the Columbia Gorge. There has been a new waste disposal site that's been opened closer to Washtuckna. And so we're preparing to put out a new RFQ for hauling and transport services. We do expect to see potential reductions because of the reduced haul. So much of the cost of the operation is fuel.
And is that, when is our Finley Buttes contract up, and or like, is there a buyout clause? Like, if we come in with a better RFQ, are we able to just?
We'll have, I think we have the 1 year notice period, is it?
Yeah, the next November is when it comes up. There's a 180-day notice period, and so we've got the RFP generated now and in final review, and it'll be going over to legal. We plan to send that out in September of this year, so that gives us plenty of time to get it out, get it reviewed. We just don't want to butt up against that 180 days,
Yeah.
and so we'd rather get it out in advance. But yeah, we should have plenty of time to make that transition before next fall.
And that's assuming Finley Buttes doesn't come back and say, oh no, we can meet that, right?
It would be surprising, just
Yeah.
because so much of the cost is just inherently in the cost of the haul. So with the landfill this much closer, that it would be surprising. But we'll put it out there, and whoever gives us the best price gives us the best price.
We really, last year or so, the fuel relief, you may recall, during the exceptional inflationary time of the pandemic and fuel cost increase, we entered into agreements with both Finley and LSI to compensate for extraordinary increases in fuel cost. We had expenses in the first year of that program, but since that time, with fuel prices that have dropped off, we've had very minimal expenses related to that. So we don't expect that to have any large expenses there. And there's a capital transfer around the sanitation fund to cover future capital investments, as well as landfill closure expenses at a little over $500,000 this year.
Question on sanitation fund. Page 275. Call me the weed lady. I'm in the weeds. The postage expense and the printing and binding. I'm trying to understand, are these? It's hard for me to wrap my head around what is this that is that's being incorporated into LSI's contract versus things that we are doing under like the city umbrella. So like one of the note for the $10,000, which is significantly up from 23, 22, 23, 23, 24. And notes like printing services and other such items as recycling, calendar, magnets. Like it's a big jump. Is that LSI telling us they want to do that, or is that something that the city's wanting to add as a communication piece? But it's bottom of page 275.
So we used to have the public outreach component used to be incorporated in LSI's contract. Through the contract negotiations that we engaged in with LSI when we reworked the franchise agreement, we actually pulled that out.
Okay.
They were asking for an increase that we didn't think was in our benefit to accept, and so we pulled that back in-house, and we do targeted outreach by specific contract, and so sometimes that's with them, sometimes that might be with a different party, we do some of it in-house.
Okay.
And so that's what's reflected in there, is there used to
Better
be a
control.
larger lump sum amount that was in there, and now it's just targeted outreach that we're doing in-house.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Any other questions? On to fleets, again, full-time wages, fleet supplies, again, a little bit high, just due to inflation. Heat, lights, utilities as well affecting the fleets. And then for vehicle equipment purchases this year, as we talked, we do have 2 police vehicles, a K9 patrol unit and a standard patrol unit. Those are both hybrid vehicles. The K9 will have a total cost of $80,000 with the kennel outfit. And then the standard patrol vehicle will cost us $75,000. So those 2 items are included. We have a replacement engineering inspection vehicle that will be an EV, estimated at $40,000. We have a parks pickup replacement EV as well for $50,000. 2 electric mowers, a 1-ton plow dump truck, water pickup replacement, also EV, and then a water equipment trailer and a sewer trailer pump.
I know even within our climate action plan, you know, transitioning our fleet to all full EVs has made sense. Has, since the Lightnings and our acquisition of EV trucks is newer than what we had for data for MPD, like, what is staff thought so far? Is it?
How we doing?
Yeah, how we doing? What do we think?
We're tracking that data, and we plan to bring a report to council later this year on that implementation. You know, as you mentioned, we have the alternate fuel transition plan as part of our climate action activities. We're a city that kind of sets up ideally for electric vehicle use. You know, some of the places that have had a harder time with adoption are like counties where they're having to drive 100 miles each way to something. With our ability to charge in the evenings and be back in short trips, it makes a ton of sense. And so yeah, we've been successful. The Lightnings have done well. We've got several of them in the fleet now. Really have operated without much problem at all, and we're seeing the impact on the fuel savings. And so yeah, that's been a successful process. We're really excited about the 2 electric mowers. This is the first time we've been able to really, we've done several test runs. The real crux point for us was, can somebody go out and mow for 8 hours on a single charge? And that hadn't been the case until now. And so those small mowers are just huge gas consumers. That's where we consume the most gas in the Parks Department, is in those small mowers. And so we'll really see an impact from the transition to the electrics on these.
And like, to reiterate, right, like, it's been a goal of council predating us that I'm glad that we continue to work on, is like the climate action plan transition things. There are things that we are allowed to control, which is our city fleet. And I don't see it as excessive seeing Lightnings come online, because like, I know what we're retiring are our beautiful red Chevys that have absolutely done right by us in town, and also like, we were gonna pay that much anyways to buy a new car, so why not actually do something that has some ongoing cost savings. So the numbers are big, but I'm glad it's part of a phased program that we've all agreed on. So.
And beyond the environmental benefits, the economics of those vehicles over a typical 14-year replacement cycle, and I think within a few 2-3 years, they're paying for themselves.
Yeah, depending on the vehicle, we recoup our cost within 2.5 to the longest 4 years, and our replacement cycle on these vehicles are typically, depending on the vehicle, you're talking about a 12 to 15-year replacement cycle. So yeah, we easily recoup our costs just with the fuel, and that's still, we haven't been able to drill hard enough into the maintenance savings as well, because we just have a lot lower maintenance on the EVs. We're not having to do oil changes and, you know, all transmission fluid and all of those things that you're having to do on a standard internal combustion. So those will tease themselves out and actually result in even a lower life cycle cost savings. But we do well with our system on them. We recoup our costs. It pencils out from a financial and environmental standpoint for sure.
Yeah, the macroeconomics of it all may not make sense for every use, but Moscow's the perfect use case, so I'm stoked.
I think this might be coming in the report that you alluded. I don't know if you want to call it a report, but like just an update. I'll just say. So I've at least gotten a couple emails. I think most of the emails I've received from council has been on. So we've had some questions about, and I kind of have a knowledge gap at this time. So I just want to fill in the knowledge gap. For myself, like, I understand the benefits of EV, so it's not coming out of an angle of like, why? So is there a way that we can clearly, and I'm not also signing a timeline to this request, but is there a way that we could take a couple scenarios? So if we take a lawnmower, just because we just talked about it, and I know you're not going to have the data because we're going to be getting them, but if you take a lawnmower and an EV truck, and you say over the long term of the life cycle, comparing it to what you would buy that would be traditional gas, combustion, how is that actually saving us money over the long term? Because how I'm trained professionally, I don't see the politics in this, or that I look at things like really black and white from this perspective, which I'm finding is unique, which I'm happy it's unique in this case. But I just would for me to have harder conversations about that, just a breakdown structure somehow to communicate that, and if it's been given, just shoot me that direction, I'll fight it, but it would just be really helpful to have these harder conversations, because there are some people that are, I would say some, I'd say there's actually a large number of people concerned about these matters of it, and like I said, I can walk in those shoes for a little bit, but an example would be helpful to see that.
When we updated the climate action plan most
Yeah.
recently, we have a sidebar that discusses the EV and the return on investment. I think we could certainly expand that into a more expansive document that addresses different items and the savings in fuel, maintenance, and everything that would be associated with it. But yeah, in the climate action plan, we actually identify.
And it gives some specific, those are specific to Moscow numbers that are in the climate
Right,
action
if
plan.
it has to
And
be.
we'll flesh that out further, and I can, as we do the report, we'll provide some, the nice thing about fleet is that we have really good concrete data, because I know what vehicle it replaced, and I know exactly how many gallons of fuel that used over exactly what period of time, and I know how much of a maintenance input we had. And so we can really do nice apples to apples comparisons in fleet, where we're able to say, okay, this is how much this was costing, not how much we think it might, this is how much it literally was costing, and this is how much this costs. And so we can do really good life cycle cost analysis on those vehicles. And so there's some of that, but we can certainly provide you with some good concrete data.
Yeah, it'd just be helpful just to have harder conversations to come up with, to advocate, and I'm sure then more harder conversation, or more harder questions will come, but we'll bridge that when we get there.
Well, it might be a really good idea for us to create a webpage on the city's website that covers our vehicle transition plan, and has maybe some of those case studies that can be updated as more data becomes available. We can kind of be a dashboard of the savings of those purchases.
Yeah, and like, I like, not, and I'm gonna I'll try to make this comment quick, but I do think like when we do get a new, let's just say it's a truck, and it's gonna be saving it would be great to say, hey, my replacement cost me this much, this is how much I've been saving year to date, right? Like if there's like
That's why your webpage you could keep it updated, be more dynamic, not quite so static.
Yeah, so static, and one, I think that does two things. It makes it a little bit more easy to computate like what's happening, but also it becomes more fun. And not that it has to be fun,
It does.
right? But I think fun helps with having information. When information tells a story rather than on sheets, it's just easier for people to see benefit. So
Follow the new mower.
follow.
I guess, what do we do with the vehicles or mowers that have reached the end of their life cycle? Like, do we?
So we will
We send them
surplus
to a
them.
farm, and they're
Sometimes
very
we-
happy there.
Sometimes we trade in, but a lot of times they end up our surplus auctions.
Okay.
I think that when we look at, to go backwards a little bit, changing from Boardman to Washtenaw, that also really improves not only our finances, but also our greenhouse gas emissions in
Oh, yeah.
remarkable ways.
I mean, it's closer than halfway there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big saving. Onto information systems, really revenues from departments remains consistent, full-time wages increased slightly, really all the expenses remain flat, so really no big changes in the IS fund this year. Big project that was being funded is the radio project, the IS fund, that'll be completed this year. So after that, we've done core switch updates, core server updates, core network storage updates, so a lot of the hardware updates that we've been doing over the course of the last 3 years is complete. So no real phone system replacements, all that's complete. So no real big expenses in the IS fund in the short term.
And our switch to what, Barracuda? I can't remember what of our cybersecurity.
The two
Yeah,
systems.
yep. Yeah,
Seamless
Barracuda's
and
doing the 24/7 security, so it's built into the budget.
And that was some savings as well, right?
Yep.
Was that last year or this year?
It was actually this year, it was a purchase the council authorized. We just continued some of our prior antivirus and security software, and we moved Barracuda for that, the Sentinel agent and 24/7 monitor.
Cool.
And Duo.
Yep, and dual factor authentication.
Thank goodness. We love it.
So then last are just work through the capital funds. So for water capital, again, on the revenue side, we've got a transfer from water to water capital. We have a beginning fund balance of about 9.3, investment earnings, so that's total revenues. On expenses, we have a little bit of building improvements, about almost 1.3 million in water main improvements throughout town, a number of projects, and an ending fund balance of about 10.6 million in the water fund. For sewer capital, on the revenue side, we have that transfer from the sewer fund, so 3.3 million coming in from the sewer fund. We have a beginning fund balance of 25 million in the sewer fund. Investment earnings just under $1 million this forecast for FY26. On the expense side, we have 200,000 in sewer main improvements, 177,000 in building. We have 1.7 million in water reclamation facility improvements, and then about almost 2.8 million in lift station improvements forecast for FY26 for the capital improvements, and an ending fund balance of about just 24.5 million in sewer fund. Stormwater capital, on the revenue side, a little bit of investment earnings, a little over 16,000. We have that transfer we talked about of 193. And we had a beginning fund balance of 386,000. Expenses, really we're in that accumulation phase while we wrap up the full facility assessment, so we don't have a capital expenditures program. Those will be coming here in the next year. So ending fund balance of just a little bit under 600,000 that we were able to accumulate. Sanitation capital, interest earnings 354,000, the transfer in from the sanitation fund 545, and a beginning fund balance of 11.9. On the expense side, we've got land improvements at 290,000. We have an ending fund balance of 12,500,000. Again, that's broken out for future landfill closure costs at 3.9. Recycling center replacement, so that is a project that's high on our priority list, and we're going to be working on this year on identifying locations for the replacement facility. Try to help improve that yard waste drop off, as we hear a lot of compliments on that facility. And then ultimately we'll be needing in the future look at replacement of the transfer station. So we've got about 4.9 million identified for that future project.
And we have, so I could also look at the CIP. Landfill closure, what's our timeline? Look at 30 years usually. We know it's gonna take a while to do all the actual closure.
Correct. There's gonna be annual expenditures anywhere between 150 to 200,000 for closure of cells every year. That's the long-term liability from the sanitation master plan. That's kind of the full lifespan liability for closure.
And we are not up against, like, we're not like
No, there's.
stepping in bins and like squishing it down with our feet, like wine grape style, like
No,
we're
we could-
doing okay on this
There's,
one.
there, depending on the fill, we just completed a plan this year that looked at the landfill and its capacity, and there are well over 50 years worth of capacity, and that's
If needed.
conservatively filling the thing, so there's plenty of capacity out there.
And it's really just the inert demo stuff, right? Because
Yeah.
all of our municipal solid waste is being hauled out, so this is just handling inert demolition materials out there.
I did have a question. It's not related to public comment yesterday, but and, I mean, it's not the same person making the comment, I should say, but it has to do with the in-town recycling or yard drop-off. And I know there's been a conversation a while ago about this, but in larger cities, so I know we're not a larger city, but oftentimes there's like the vacuum truck that will come and get your leaves. Yeah, and basically if you have a property or rent a property and you had to get rid of that waste or wanted to, there was like a schedule where you just shuffle that all out to your sidewalk, and then this thing comes and vacuums it up. Is Moscow able to, have we looked at the pros and cons of that, of doing like I can't remember what that truck's called, but.
There are, I mean, so Pullman does a leaf pickup program. It's just a service that some cities provide and some cities don't. And that's a determination by the council of if you want to provide that service. There's an expense certainly to that service. So we already have a vacuum style truck. So there's basically 3 different categories of vacuum truck. Basic sweeper that you can have just a mechanical street sweeper. You can have what's called a regenerative air sweeper, and then there's an actual vacuum sweeper. And typically for that leaf pickup, you're talking about a high volume vacuum sweeper. Those units cost anywhere from $700,000 to $900,000. And so the primary cost is just, staff time and then that vehicle. And that vehicle, they tend to need to be replaced. It's a very limited use vehicle, so it kind of stinks to have a $1 million vehicle that sits in the yard for 48 weeks of the year. But then they tend to need to be replaced about every 8 to 12 years, depending on use. And so it's just an expense. It's something that if the council gave us direction to explore a program to implement something like that, we could, and we could tell you what it would cost.
Do we, and I don't know how you measure this, right? I'm asking like some impossible questions. I don't think we'll have answers right now. But let's say we go down the scenario that could happen. Do we think that would limit what people will be taking to the yard waste in town? Or, I mean, I just don't know how to.
It's gonna reduce some of the leaf loading,
Right.
but we get a lot of woody debris.
Yeah, like
I mean, a lot of
trees.
branches and that kind of stuff, you're not gonna be vacuuming up. So
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I think if you look at the percentage of the waste stream you'd be diverting from the yard waste drop off, it's not gonna be a lot, because leaves are pretty compressed.
Right.
I mean, what we're filling the trailers with haul roll-offs is not necessarily, leaves are in the mix, but it's a lot of evergreen branches and larger woody material that gets dropped off there. Grass clippings during the summer,
Yeah.
I don't think you're taking a large percentage.
Yeah, we're not,
Uh,
okay.
I
And
think
that's
maybe
what I'm
I
just kinda
think
interested in.
And I guess one other consideration with those types of programs is that once they're into the street, it gets treated different than if somebody drops it off as a leafy material. It's a lot easier to just directly insert that into a composting process versus something that's been on the street that they can pick up heavy metals and oils from the street, and it becomes a whole different process. And so there are some advantages to having the compostability of that directly delivered versus coming through the truck first. So trade-offs with everything, not undoable, certainly doable. It's just a matter of equipment and staff time.
Okay.
And challenges of weather, I mean,
Yeah.
you happen to rake it in the street and it rains and it's hard to pick up.
And with us, where we really get hurt is when we have the years that the leaves fall and we get a really quick snow over the top of it.
Yeah.
And it just becomes a mess and pretty impossible. And that happens with just what falls in the right of way, let alone what somebody might be ready to
Storm
leave the
drains
street.
are plugged.
Yeah, no, that's, I just wanted to
I've been pondering it too,
Yeah.
when you asked.
thank you.
For capital projects, so capital projects covers roadway improvements, general facilities and buildings, parks, recreation facilities, anything that's not an enterprise-related asset. So for revenues this year, we have grant funds at 3.1. So this is largely, so the ARPA funds that were allocated to the city shop project are sitting out there as unrealized revenues. Sarah's gonna keep me straight here. And until we actually use them, have an expense, they're off the books. So this is largely the 3.1 million, the large portion of that are the ARPA funds coming in accordance with the council direction for the shop project. Donations, which these are contributions largely from the Urban Renewal Agency to help fund joint projects that we're working with them on, so related to the South Couplet or the pedestrian underpass and other projects. They're coming underneath the donation line items. We have investment earnings a little over $500,000 this year, and then we have the transfer in from general fund at that $1,067,000. That $50,000 we mentioned in the community playfields transfer to capital comes in, and then the street fund transfer we mentioned before at $505,000, and then we had a beginning fund balance of about $13.9. So those are all the revenues coming into the capital projects fund. For expenditures, general buildings for general government, that city shop facility, we talked about that before, 3.4 million. So that's new shop design construction, and then the existing remodel to the existing facility. We also have some HVAC replacements at Fire Station 3, about 74,000 in that one as well, and a minor HVAC replacement at the Egan Center. And then one thing that the council, I think, saw the $10 million Humane Society facility. Obviously, the Humane Society feels that the facility current animal shelter is inadequate and does not meet the needs. We are not in a position to fund a $10 million facility, but we also want to understand really what the needs are, and specifically focused around what our charge to regulate is, which are dogs, and not necessarily cats. So we did commit to engage with them to have to conduct a facility study to be able to identify if there are operational and space needs, with an eye toward the cost, not to what, if money was no object, what would we love to see happen, and to engage in that process. And we have 20,000 we've identified or allocated for a study of that facility to identify any necessary improvements we should be planning for in the future.
I was just gonna say the three things under, because I was looking at that, $2.5 million in our parks improvements on 333, and so like tying back to the capital improvement plan, it's the 20,000 for Humane Society study, Mosier Park conceptual plan.
I'll get those here. Just a
Okay.
second.
And just to be clear, we didn't pay anything towards that architectural $10 million
Correct.
facility.
They
development
funded that
plan.
themselves. Yep.
Okay, yeah, because this is
Just wanted to make that
It was,
clear.
Because
it was
we had-
great, they got a great deal.
It was beautiful. It
It
was
was-
a beautiful
it was.
building.
Got a great deal.
For streetscape, we have 272,000 identified, so we talked about this before, South Couplet beautification with pedestrian underpass, 22.5, and then 250 for downtown, getting early phase design for that. Identified, we have an obligation underneath our transition plan to address non-compliant ADA ped ramps in the community, so we allocate about 100,000 a year towards a sidewalk program to address those ADA deficiencies throughout town for our sidewalk program. For roadway maintenance, we have a little over $3 million program that includes South Main pedestrian underpass, as well as the Mountain View improvements, north and south, and a standard surface treatment program for next year. Public arts, there's 165,000 identified, 150,000 is for City Shop and EC Park Stage, and additional 15,000 for public art work as well.
And I think to that end, Bill, like if you wouldn't mind just like elaborating, I sit on currently the Moscow Arts Commission as the council liaison, so I've been a little bit more familiar with some of these conversations, especially in the last 6 months with the installation of the city shop being a pretty central discussion right now. And before really sitting on the commission, not being aware of like how much, it does cost, for public art, right? And you can even think about to the extent of the mural project on the water building, right? Like, I think before being on council and being privy to some of those conversations, you see the mural, but you don't realize how much goes into providing that, right? So I think that there's definitely been some people within the community that are vocal about maybe not understanding the benefit of public art, right, and why we spend X number of dollars on certain projects or certain incorporations of public art. But I think, seeing these figures and being able to communicate, hopefully effectively and well, the benefits of that, right, and why certain things cost so much, as opposed to just being like, well, a painting shouldn't cost that much, but in fact it does cost about $30,000, right, for the name's escaping me, but the honorarium that you pay the artist, right, to the extent of being able to complete the work. So,
Income.
what's that?
Income.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not really an honor.
Right,
It's
right,
a job.
exactly. Yeah, it's a job. But I think that just being able to hopefully communicate that better when people ask like, oh, is it really necessary to spend X number on, this installation of the city shop, which is going to be, interestingly, a conversation that'll happen in about 3 hours at the Moscow Arts Commission meeting. So I don't know if anybody has any follow-up, just kind of like for the benefits of public art and why we do. I would say some of us, at least most of us, maybe on council, find the benefit in it. But if we don't, then maybe that would be an area that we look at cutting. But I'm not on board with that. I don't know. So
I think public art's amazing.
yeah.
And I think it beautifies your city. And again, like the golf tournament, it brings some people together. I think community art not only brings people together, it strikes up conversations and it allows for community growth. Whether you like the piece or dislike it, there is conversation there, and that is community building and growth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think art has value, and providing public art is something that people don't always recognize. It's hate to compare it to this, but it's almost like the sewer system where, you know, people don't think about all the benefits of living in a city. Public art can be one of those, parks and recreation can be one of those, you know, that make your life and your community better, but you don't, I don't know.
You don't realize.
People
it
don't
till-
really realize it.
And I want to be clear, I'm not advocating
Yeah.
funding for public art because I too share the sentiments of being pro community building in the way that does, and especially when you drive around and you see the little vinyl wrap and you're like, oh, that looks great, right? There's like little things that contribute so much to the vibrancy of this community and the people in it. But I just wanted to open up that conversation and make sure that it was had in this space. So,
I think it's even fun when you don't like it.
yeah.
Like, oh, I feel like I'm in an Alfred Hitchcock movie with the birds staring down at me. You know, it's fun, right? It's good conversation piece.
And I think it's important to recognize, I mean, the council has definitely identified this as a priority for the community through the passage of the 1% ordinance, and through the adoption of the public art master plan. And it is, you know, these funds are accumulation over a number of years where the council has identified 1% of certain eligible capital projects would go towards public art. So it is a relatively small percentage. I understand the installations themselves, like everything else in the world, has gotten much more costly, but I think if you want quality products and you want to attract quality artists to produce something that's going to be durable and lasting in the community, you need to make that investment.
Yeah.
It's not something you want to do halfway. And so, again, these funds have been accumulated over a number of years for this specific purpose, you know, in accordance with adopted council policy in multiple points, you know, over the course of the last decade. And it is a relatively modest investment, something that I think adds a lot of interest to the community.
And the Moscow Arts Commission, I can tell you, Cody, and I'm sure you've heard, they are stoked about the installation of the city
Yeah, they
shop.
are.
Like it is a vibrant conversation.
And you know, what I've heard, I think it's likely public facing,
Yep.
along the fence, along public, where a lot of people will be able to interact and benefit from that. It's not gonna be someplace behind the fence and nobody's gonna be able to see, right? It's gonna be something where the public has that
Yeah.
opportunity to interact with.
I want to clarify, I'm all about being a fiscal hawk. This is not a fight that I am going to go after or have any personal interest, or our constituents. We are known as the heart of the arts. Like, I have no problem maintaining and backing this up. God, it's different. Yeah, let's go after it. We love it.
For park improvements, we've got 923,000 programs, so the EC Park stage is the largest component there. We have 885,000, which was kind of in that rough estimate for design and construction as we move through the conceptual design. We also, Mosier Park is now a new 5-acre park that we have roadway access with the latest Rolling Hills addition to. And so we're gonna start our traditional neighborhood-focused conceptual master plan development. So we have $18,000 identified there to help develop that vision for the future development of that park. And we have an ending fund balance of about 1.7 million capital projects. Really,
Bill.
yeah.
Yeah. Just to keep always bringing it up. On the ECD Park stage, where are we currently at as we're moving forward? I don't know if Cody.
So Cody, go ahead.
Yeah, so certainly we should have the 30% design cost estimate wrapped up. Hopefully we'll have some information here by the end of this week, and can provide an update back to you. The money that's allocated here in the budget is to, with your approval, contract-wise, would be to advance that to construction drawings, and probably some additional outreach. Hopefully with still the nod to that we see it complete next year, so in the next summer.
Is this the point at which, when we had that last workshop, I think that Julia had led, like, when we were dreaming pie in the sky, I mean, the East City Park conversation specifically seems like a reasonable place for us to potentially explore working with, like, not a professional fundraiser, that sounds weird, but like engaging with the public for private donations to help make it happen and address some of the $885 potential $1,000. And I think, Bill, you were like, that's like something that would make sense to potentially contract out and budget for accordingly.
Not for this one. I think
Okay.
at this scale of expenditure, under $1 million, I think we would, I guess we need to identify what is it we're hoping to achieve.
Okay.
How much funding we're hoping to fundraise. When we were looking at, let's say, partnering with school district for the West Coast River Drive facility, and it's a $9 million investment, I'd say that's maybe where we're
Okay.
bring somebody on board. I think for us, if, you know, if the goal is to raise 20%, 10%, 20% of this project, I think that's something we could work on internally. Again, I'd like to have that policy in place, which will
Sure.
come to the council shortly. You'll receive that, you'll receive the, you know, the 30% design cost estimate. That'll be a good juncture for us to talk about how do we want to approach this.
Okay,
Elise is already working on scanning the grant landscape to see if there are any good fits
Great.
for grant funding. So we'll pull together a funding proposal. We don't have grant revenues in the budget anticipated for this project, but that doesn't mean we're not looking. We just haven't identified anything
Yeah.
that's for sure or given. But we'll kind of work through that funding
Cool.
package as we, in the next 60 days-ish.
that sounds great. I think we've all heard from very vocal community members, and I do think this is something that we could all come together, and in this case, I think it is appropriate, knowing the shoestring budget we work from, to engage the public, and if there are people who are motivated to give and donate to make the replacement happen, let's go after it. But that's
Well, I think we need pretty solid policy before we are able to say who can do that and how it can be done and how much and all that.
and
That's
I'm
what
glad,
you're-
and because that, yeah, I remember Parks and Rec had emailed us a letter
Yeah.
and had started the conversation, and so I'm glad to hear that it's
Yeah, you're-
working its way through. So, Ruby, thank you for clarifying.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Cody.
And that largely wraps up the budget. So we've got the LED construction there. We don't have any active LEDs, so nothing happening there. Hamilton Fund, no real changes there. We have a little over 700,000 left in that fund.
How
Not really.
What are we gaining interest on?
Oh yeah, it's invested in earning interest.
Mhm.
Yep. You probably have interest earnings in 32,000 forecast for interest earnings for the year. And then we are transferring 32,000 to agriculture funds. So we
It's the
pretty
end
much
of it.
balance out interest earnings because initially the interest earnings on that were identified to help offset operations of the HERC. And so that's kind of currently what we're doing is we're just transferring interest earnings. We're not using the principal over to help support the HERC's operations.
And it's just the interest is helping support it.
Wait, so am I reading this right, that like once that 32 is transferred, there's nothing we're closing the house on?
No,
That's the end
the
of it?
principal, because it's not in the budget, so it's
Okay.
a little over 700,000 that's in that. We're just showing the interest earnings coming out and the transfer to
Use of it
the
this year.
agriculture, but that fund stays this year.
It's like, do we need to have a party to be like, thank you, Hamilton's? Okay, this makes more sense, which I think we should do.
I think we have a golf tournament. for
No
it.
parties.
I would allow that, full disclosure, I would allow it.
Mini golf, Haley wants mini golf.
I want a trap shooting.
It actually would be.
There you go.
The bond and interest fund is just where we receive the bond portion of the property tax levy, so that 1,047,000 comes in. We have a little bit of interest earnings, and then we're making the debt service payments out of that, so nothing very exciting there. And that's it.
Wow. Good job.
Yay, good job,
Made it.
everybody. Even you.
I have a question. Somewhere in here, Bill, and I had it highlighted, I'm sorry that I missed it when you were chatting, and I don't know where it is, so apologies for that. But it was about a $33,000 expenditure on the fees we pay for credit card transactions.
So
And I
agriculture is kind of one of the
Excuse me?
large ones. I'm assuming that was probably the agriculture
It was
fees.
a
Parks and
out of
Rec
the
admin.
agriculture.
I remember my margin notes were, have we shopped around for cheaper services?
We are stuck on that particular one.
Okay.
So with Civic Rec, we are tied to their processor,
Okay,
and their processor fees, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Parks and Rec admin where you saw that. We're tied to using their processor.
The 25,617, is that what you're talking about?
probably.
And we eat it right now?
Oh,
Like, I know there's details for how we can or can't notice someone to say, if you use a card, the 3% you pay instead of us.
I'm sorry that I don't know where it was.
No, I mean, I know our current largest, because we have shifted processors for like utility billing, and that drops our annual expenses considerably.
Oh, it's on page 192. Don't know what that was. It was rec and culture school.
Okay, so cool,
Yeah.
yep.
So, and that, any of those, so within the rec fund, when you see the miscellaneous service and charges, those are directly related to the credit card fees.
Mm-hmm.
And we have tried multiple times to work with Civic Rec to be willing to switch to Point and Pay, which is who we use for all of our other services. Community development just switched over, finance, all of our processing within the city for the most part, other than a few in PD, are on Point and Pay, but they are stuck with their processor, and unless we switch, we have to continue to use that. So those are the fees that we are still eating. If you recall, before we switched over to BSNA, we were eating much more significant amounts a year. General fund alone, I think, was close to 140,000.
Holy cow.
Correct?
generous.
Or was that across all funds?
Boy.
Either way, it was about
It was-
140,000 that we were eating, and so we were able to move away with that with this processor, but again, some of our softwares, it's you take it or leave it.
Can you charge that back to the consumer? I know I like to pay for the art that I bought from upstairs, and they were gonna charge me an additional fee
That's the
to
point
use
you pay.
my credit card.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can, I don't think we've done that in recreation.
No,
So my rec will pass, or,
So the difference is right now with Point and Pay, so with our processor with them, we've never received that fee. So when the customer is charged, that goes directly through Point and Pay to the credit card processor. And so in order for us to be able to do it with Rec and Culture, we would have to somehow collect that fee and then send it to the merchant,
Oh.
which we're not the middleman, so getting that from them all the way through to where it needs to go isn't exactly a process that we can
So it
handle.
would just raise everybody's fees and it would necessarily come back to us.
It
We
would offset-
haven't done that, but yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it is a conversation, because I think their processing fees with Civic Rec is in excess of 5%.
Wow.
So I think it's close to 6, so it is
That's
much
essential.
higher than the traditional 3.5% you see. We do use that for all rec registration, programming, all that, but it is a conversation that we've been talking internally about having with them of, hey, we're gonna have to go look for somebody else if you're gonna keep tying us to this particular processor.
Yeah.
And see if there's anything we can do to help minimize that cost.
And the reason why that stood out was like knowing some of what I know from like restaurant worlds and who like uses different payment systems and processors, right? And there's always a big, it's a big game out there in the restaurant world of who uses what because of the various fees associated. So that's why that caught my eye to be like, are there other options that we've looked for? And I'm glad that the conversations are being had. So, yeah. But, yeah.
And cards are being used
Right.
more and
Yeah.
more across all payments.
All right.
Is there any other questions that we can answer today? So, as we talked, there's two kind of unsettled items with Humane Society and Transit, so we're gonna work in the next week. Sarah's gonna hit me here, to get those nailed down here relatively soon, so we can be prepared for the public hearing on the 4th. Any other concerns, questions about the budget as presented, or are we ready to move on to the hearing?
I couldn't remember, fees come after we set the budget, right? Fee resolution.
So the fee resolution will be likely considered the same night. Don't expect to see any significant increases to that, so just some minor inflationary adjustments. We've talked about like wine and beer licensing, won't have any increases there. We'll be updating.
15 years from now, we won't.
Not this year.
Plenty of time to relay that.
Yes.
There was some, I guess I'll take the opportunity, there was some conversation, meeting I was gone on the parade fees. Was there concerns, questions council had about that fee?
Making sure it's consistent.
Making sure it's consistent, and I can see where the confusion or surprise rather from people who are applying for parade permits don't understand, like how we have it structured makes sense in terms of what resources in the city we're pulling from to get to like the done final bill. And so part of what was expressed, I sensed in the community outreach to us was like, it seems like it was a really big surprise, and in going back through my notes to understand why we didn't see it as a surprise in the fee increase, because it was a slight increase for the actual parade permit, but it does kind of have, it's dependent on like staff time, like to be determined.
Sure, I mean, it's time materials, it's, so it's always consistent, it's just a new way of calculating it. And
My
we were
only-
surprised because it went from a flat fee to a time and materials-based fee.
Agree. I guess what I was trying to figure out is how can we make it clear to the public in a fee resolution where if I was trying to start a birthday parade for my dog Ringo, I would look at that and be like, oh yeah, $300 and like mentally prepare for that.
But the 3 doesn't appear anymore, it just says time and materials.
The 300 does appear for,
I don't think it appears anymore, it just says time and materials.
okay,
So it was 300 flat, it went to time and materials. That's
oh, so we
what
was
changed.
looking at fiscal year 24.
And so
Okay.
what was surprised is they had been for 3 years paying 300 and then it went to something else.
Okay.
So, and there may be variations depending upon the event. We had our
Right.
standard small and our, large, major and minor, but there can be variations to that, which is why but you could calculate
Why
like,
you
okay, it
didn't
was
say.
$4,800 for the small, we could put that in the fee resolution, we could increase that 3% per year, and then people would know right off the bat that it's 48, but until we really know the dimensions of the event, the scale,
Okay.
that's why it gives us the flexibility to tailor it to that event.
Yeah, also just like the day that they're gonna use it could
Right,
have a big
overtime or
impact.
not.
Is it overtime, is it not? Can we stage, prior to, during, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
So-
variables.
And it's really just intended to cover our cost. The only surprise element to this was, these were prior events that were underneath the old fee that then got hit with the new. It wasn't that they looked at it and it was, it was new.
Fair, I guess I'm saying when I went back to look at the fee resolution, under parade category, there had been or maybe I went all the way back to when we approved the resolution with the red line version, it showed like a $10 increase on the 300 year over year. And so I can see why someone would be caught off guard by that. I do appreciate that it was a conversation. I do think we should preserve the ability for staff to accommodate unique situations, unique parade footprints or whatever. And so I guess now we know, I just don't know how to make it more clear in the TBD sort of category verbiage of it all, like what ballpark there could be. I guess now that we've got some ballpark numbers,
Yeah,
that could be an education tool for anyone else pursuing the
any new parades, it will really be an issue. They'll call Amanda will say, talk to street department, they can get an estimate, here's the range, small as this, large as this. That'll give them a ballpark. The only, again, I think the surprise was, it was a change.
Yeah,
And it was a prior event, and we have no other pre-existing events.
right, I guess.
Those are the two, U of I and that, so those are the only 2 pre-existing parades. So you're not gonna have anybody else that gets surprised, because they won't know what it is, because it's not there, and they'll
Mhm.
call to get an estimate, and then they'll know.
And while it's fresh in our minds, I understand that we need to be able to charge for use of a sign that staff is gonna set it. There seems to be a lot of heartburn over like how we price signs and things like that, and I want to be able to better articulate to community members, like, I don't know, Drew, but I know we had chatted a little bit about this. There is an element, like, if it's not just the wear and tear on the sign, we got some emails from citizens who were like, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but I also know that we don't have any other vehicles to, mechanisms to fund replacement of those sorts of pieces of infrastructure easily with the kind of budget we have, so like.
Well, and even more than that is, contractors had begun to use our equipment instead of going to the other
Signs
rental
past
companies.
that, yeah.
So we had priced it to be
Got
a rental provider of last resort, right? We want them to go to the private sector.
You can go to
Those
the
are
private
largely
sector.
for our use, for our projects, for our purposes.
Got it.
So it's priced not to be the most attractive, least cost for signage, but there is that value, and that value is established by the fee resolution. So when we look at what is the value of the service being offered, that is the basis of how we calculate that.
Okay, that helps.
But they spent, in developing those rental rates, it was to discourage.
We were running into a situation where you would have people that would, rather than set up traffic control for a project, they'd wait for us to come and say, hey, you haven't, we're gonna set it up and then bill you for it. They'd say, great, because
less work for
It
them.
was less work and it was cheaper than what they could go out and rent it for.
I see what
So we
you're
were in a
saying.
situation where we became the default traffic control company for the city because people would just skip out on doing their traffic
Yeah.
controls. It was just cheaper to have the city do it.
Which we should not be subsidizing that for
Right,
them.
we were killing the private
And so we-
sector with the work that we
This
were
helps.
doing.
Thank you, okay.
Yep.
Thank you, I think I had said something along the lines of, I wanna justify the wear and tear of using these signs, but it makes sense that we're gonna use a single fee model for using city signs for
Yeah.
all of those
We,
applications.
like, the only way, like, if there was any desire on the part of the council to
No.
have some sort of different structure for parades versus
Nope.
that
Nope.
construction
Nope.
type implementation, there could be that kind of bifurcation, but
Nope.
otherwise, it's, once we've established that this is what it costs for this device, it's, yeah.
That
we'll
helps.
split that up.
To answer community questions, thank you.
Anybody else?
So put this to bed.
Ready to go to the hearing?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for all the hard work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one more quick reminder, property tax info will change. I don't have final valuations, so
Sure.
you will see different numbers.
Okay.
Cause it goes from state to county and county to us, right?
Which I hope to receive by the end of July, but it might even be the beginning of August.
It's like the.
So like the day of the hearing?
So hopefully not. I
So-
pray not, that's gonna be a big deal for me.
New construction changes and total valuation changes. Those are gonna be the two things that change. So how much and we're not talking drastic changes, like new construction will change $5,000. We make an estimate based on our permit report, our estimate of the value of what we issue permits for, but the assessed valuation may be different than our valuation tables for permitting purposes. So you end up with small deviations in new construction. And then we have no idea what they're doing on assessment, so.
Until they funnel it through their stuff and then.
Yeah, our $2.93 a month is based on our construction report, what we think that's gonna raise values, but there could be other things happening in the market that raise it more, and that'll drop, that lid rate will drop. But it's our best estimate for you at this point.
And so we'll probably see this in the fee resolution, and we should not expect any liquor surprises or.
No,
Sorry. There.
Just bring cookies.
Yeah.
Until the tariffs kick in and we have to redo it.
That's actually true.
I know.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Guys.
Hey, these